everybody, and welcome back after a little bit of a hiatus. First of all, we'll start. Mr. Doheny, I understand that you have a introduction.
Mr. Mayor, members of council. At this time, I'd like to take a chance to introduce Mr. Jason Stroud. Jason, can you please come up front real quick? All right. So for those of you who don't know, Jason Stroud will be the city's new EMS chief. Jason originally started his career with the city of Virginia Beach as a volunteer and eventually became a deputy EMS chief of the department. And then several years ago, he left us to go to become a deputy city manager in a community out in River Falls, Wisconsin. And through the nationwide procurement process, we're able to select Jason. And Jason, you started last week, right? Last Thursday? Yep, last Thursday. So Jason's gonna go back to Wisconsin for a couple weeks to help his family transition. He'll be back a couple days. And he'll be back to fully transition to his role as the EMS chief. So I wanted everybody to get a chance to meet Jason and to wish him well and thank you for taking on the mission.
Hey, welcome.
Thank you, everybody. And Mr. Mayor, members of council, to continue to embarrass Jason even further, there's going to be a swearing in of the EMS chief on August 31st. We should be able to get invites to you to get it on your calendar if you're able to join. That would be great.
That'd be wonderful. Okay, tremendous addition going forward. Okay, our first city council briefing is very important, near and dear to this body, housing affordability study update. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Dyer, Vice Mayor Wilson, and council members. I'm so pleased to bring to you two of the finest in Virginia to share with you their expertise on the housing study. And I'm going to do their bios and then let them take over. Mel Jones is the research scientist and associate director of the Virginia Center for Housing Research at Virginia Tech. She specializes in quantitative analysis and data-driven policy, connecting housing to broad issues including economic and community development, individual economic opportunity, and well-being. Mel leads housing studies and housing research in Virginia and across the country. Recent work that demonstrates her expertise includes the New River Valley Regional plus Local Housing Study, the Fairfax County Consolidated Plan, and the Loudoun County Unmet Housing Needs Strategic Plan. Jonathan Knopf is the executive director of the programs at Housing Forward Virginia, where he leads housing research and education efforts across the Commonwealth. His work includes regional and local housing needs assessments, policy generation and implementation, and innovative communications strategies. Jonathan specializes in using data to tell stories and to design solutions for Virginia's housing challenges. He is well-versed in state and local codes related to land use and zoning, property taxes, and financing housing in the state of Virginia. Welcome, Mel and Jonathan.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It's great to be here and see a lot of familiar faces that I have not seen in person yet. So looking forward to having a great conversation here today as time allows for us to talk about some of the preliminary findings and recommendations in the housing study that we've been working on for the past few months. And so I'll start with just going over kind of the overall process of the study, and then Mel will talk about some of the major findings and some of the new things that you all had asked her to look into. And then we'll spend hopefully most of the time talking about some of the solutions, the possible solutions that we are just kind of tossing up to see what you all think about and to see if there are other ideas, other things that you would like us to pursue that you think would help solve Virginia Beach's housing challenges. So what's already been done and what's next? We've done, Mel really and her team have done lots of data work and focus groups with the community. We spent a lot of time speaking with many of you virtually a few weeks ago, which was really enlightening and really productive. So thank you all for your time. And then we took all that information and got some feedback from staff, presented some of those findings and main takeaways for them, and they kind of told us what they thought, which was also very, very helpful. And then so now we're at the point where we're talking about recommendations and strategies or solutions to figure out how we can help you all address the housing needs that have become very clear and apparent in the data and the engagement from both the community and from you all as council. So we're here. We started to turn that little circle right there, but it's a very iterative process at this point. So as you'll see, we just have some very basic ideas and some descriptions of these solutions that we'll walk you through, answer any questions you have about them, and really what would be helpful for us today is to get feedback from you all, again, as time allows. And then so after this, over the next few weeks, Mel and I and our teams will get together and begin drafting the actual report, the final product. And then in the next month or so, we'll have the final version ready for review and staff input, and have that be delivered and finalized before we really get into the fall. So moving very quickly, but also accomplishing a lot at the same time. So again, today's goals, in hopefully an hour or so, review the major data findings and some new work that Mel has done based on some questions that you all had. We'll explain how these solutions are going to be drafted. So we want to give you an idea of what they're actually going to look like in the report and how they're going to be structured in order to help staff and city leadership and other housing partners in the city chart a course for new policies or programs to address these issues. And then we'll discuss that actual preliminary list. And so I think we're successful today if we feel like we've gotten a lot of great feedback and guidance, or at least most of it, to begin writing the full draft of the study. But again, this is a very iterative, transparent process. Mel and I love talking to people. We love hearing what you think. And so I think you have all our contact information, and we would love to hear any other thoughts you may have after today as well. So Mel, I'm going to toss it over to you to talk about data. Yeah.
All right, friends, most of you, I've had a great opportunity to give you lots of data before. For those that I haven't had that opportunity yet, I'm just going to give you the quickest catch up ever. So remember that we did the housing study back in 2016. And during that time, we were talking a lot about the Great Recession, which was still impacting the market, and Virginia Beach's recovery from the Great Recession, which had been slower than the rest of the state. So we were looking at housing sale data, we were looking at rental data, and we were saying the market is not yet strong enough. So between that time, 2016 and now, we've seen a great recovery in Virginia Beach. You guys just needed a little extra time. And so you guys, at this point, are days on the market of 40, median days on the market of 40, which is in that healthy zone that I talked to you guys about between 30 and 60. Remember, we want people to be able to feel confident that if they put their house on their market, they can sell it within a month or two. And if they're a buyer, we don't want them to feel too rushed, right? We don't want bidding wars. We don't want waived inspections, those kinds of things that go on when days on the market get way below 30 and we start to see a super tight market, right? And then in the rental market, we have a vacancy rate living around about 5%, which again feels good to us. Now, if you ask somebody who's in the property management world, right, they would love to see a vacancy rate below 2, even below 1, because that means they have a waiting list out the door. But what we want to see is sort of a healthy middle ground where people are interested in investing in their property because they want to compete for those renters, and where they feel confident that they can indeed lease up. So it makes sense to put the money into that property because they'll get a return. And so that's where you guys are living right now, in this sort of very healthy place. However, I'm just going to like the whole world to live up there all at once. Okay, there we go. However, we are hearing from focus group participants, especially experts in the housing realm, that the market is heading toward tightness, right? We're starting to see the evidence that some people are being excluded from your market. And the fact of the matter is people with lower incomes don't compete as well for housing. People with higher incomes, let's say you're trying to rent a unit, landlords show their preference for these households by saying, we'll need 3 months rent in advance. And if you're a lower or moderate income household, it's very hard. You're in a tough position anyway in terms of housing affordability. So it's hard to save up that amount of money. And so this is just one example of how higher income households compete better for housing. So people in the lower incomes, when the housing market starts to get tight, we start to see the people at the very bottom getting pushed out. And we already see evidence of that. And we have a little bit more data on that as requested by you guys after this. So with you guys being in a healthy place, but sort of moving toward tightness, it's becoming critical to start integrating dedicated affordable housing. So that's the main headline. You need extremely low income and very low income rental housing. It needs to be truly affordable so that people can save and they have the opportunity to eventually realize home ownership goals that allow them to build wealth, that anchor them in Virginia Beach. And those of you who saw the prior presentation, you saw that there are workers who may be in Virginia Beach for a little while, but when they start thinking about their future, investing in home ownership, building wealth, they're going to have to leave Virginia Beach to access those home ownership opportunities. So we want to anchor them here. They're here now, right? Mostly what we're talking about are current residents of Virginia Beach. They're here now, but we don't want them to leave. We want them to keep serving. Additionally, we heard a whole lot about senior housing and supported housing and supported senior housing. One critical caveat to that was not only do we need affordable assisted living, we need housing or programs that support seniors in their home. Many seniors would like to age in place. So that's another important thing. And I think I may have hit on everything on this slide now. Yeah. And so if you guys remember the prior study, we talked a lot about catch up and keep up. You guys are in keep up mode right now. You need to keep up with housing demand or affordability is going to worsen over time. But if you can keep up with housing demand, building housing for everyone, right? But then also thinking as you're building housing for low and moderate income households, dedicating that housing to them so that they don't have to compete with much higher income households. So those are the major takeaways. And then I've got a little extra data for you. I'm trying not to spend too much time. Okay, so we showed you guys this data for the top 10 occupations in Virginia Beach. And you guys said, what about mandatory occupations, mandatory workers? So here you've got teachers and registered nurses, personal care aides, firefighters, fire and safety, childcare workers, postal service workers, and you can see that they're color-coded based on their maximum affordable housing cost. So what you have up here is their maximum affordable housing cost in 3 categories. 1, a single earner earning at the median. 2, a single earner earning at the 90th percentile. So think people who have been in their careers for a long time or who are extremely skilled. And then a 2-earner household, both earning at a median for that occupation. You can see that when people start out earning at the median as a single earner, it's tough to live in Virginia Beach. Those people who are in the dark red and black, right? They can't even afford the lower quartile rent in Virginia Beach. Those people that you see in just the red lettering, those people can afford the lower quartile rent, but cannot afford the median. And if you recall from the prior presentation, all your units are sort of stacked around the median. Your distribution looks like this. It's not like a nice big spread. So if you can't afford the median in Virginia Beach, that means it's tough for you. And so then finally, those people shaded in yellow, again, that single earner earning at the median, they can afford the median rent, but they could not afford home ownership costs. Generally, for the vast majority, you need to be earning in the 90th percentile or be a 2-earner household in order to afford home ownership costs. There are some people, home health aides, personal care aides, childcare workers, who will struggle to afford the median rent even when they're sharing housing costs with someone else. And particularly in a community that has lots of folks who are aging, home health workers are an extremely important part of the community. And those places that want to continue to thrive and attract families, childcare is an extremely important part of your community. So thinking about those workers is pretty important. Again, if you look at those earning in the 90th percentile, many school teachers and certainly registered nurses all the way across are having access to home ownership opportunities. So there's a progression in the market as they build their career, they can access home ownership opportunities. It's primarily those folks from the home health aides, firefighters, police, childcare workers, and postal service workers that are going to have a little bit harder time until they start sharing ownership costs with somebody else. And we can get into sort of the ethics of requiring someone to share housing costs in order to afford anything, but we won't go there today. If you guys want to talk about that later, I'm happy to do it. There's lots of stuff. Okay, fabulous. We also took a look at vulnerable populations. We did this in the last report, but I didn't show it to you in the last presentation. So here's an updated version of households by type. You have married couples with kids, multi-generational families, all there in the green. At the median, they're doing fairly well. They can afford a mortgage, they can afford gross rent. Again, the story about the single earner household is the tough one. So a man living alone, a woman living alone, single father, a single mom, except for the single father scenario. And certainly if you compare the blue and the pink here, you'll see larger systematic problems in our community. But generally, a man living alone, a woman living alone, and a single mom would have a really hard time finding housing in Virginia Beach. They can barely afford the median rent. So again, all that competition going on in the median makes it hard for these households. And then finally, the last two bars, the seniors. If you don't own your home free and clear and you're a senior in Virginia Beach, you are struggling. You have among the lowest income, you cannot afford the median rent. And so those folks, again, if you don't own your home free and clear, are among the most vulnerable in our community. Last thing I want to touch on is our analysis of naturally occurring affordable housing. Here you have a breakdown of one scenario, and we have done 4 scenarios for you guys in the report. So assuming that you are a more established household, you have an income that matches the income limit of a 4.5 person household, which would be associated with a 3-bedroom home, right? So you're trying to buy a 3-bedroom home. Maybe you had a house prior, so you have equity built up. And again, you're one of those 2-earner households. Assuming you're earning that, you can do a 5% down payment. So even if you're sort of moderate income, you're taking advantage of an FHA situation, you can get this 5% down through Virginia Housing. Yay! So assuming you have 5% down, median utility costs, median insurance, and average condo HOA fees. You guys really stressed when we talked with you last that these were important costs to think about. So we integrated those into the housing costs based on MLS data. And this just gives you a visual breakdown by council district of the percent of affordable housing in that district. So I know that's like a mouthful, and you guys will get a whole big memo on this analysis with a number of scenarios, including those of a first-time home buyer. So you'll understand, how would first-time home buyers interact in this market. These are a little bit more established households up here right now. And then we'll also be giving you, thank you for, we'll also be giving you like actual number breakdowns of this information. So that is some of the additional analysis we've done based on your guys' feedback in the preliminary meetings, and we very much thank you for that. And I'm going to turn it over to Jonathan because the main thing to talk about today is potential solutions. And then you guys can ask us questions at the end or give us feedback, which would be really, really good.
Thank you, Mel. All right. I love how excited you are about this stuff. So the solutions, when we talk about solutions, what do we mean? Policy recommendations, that's a very kind of squishy term sometimes, right? So I want to talk about kind of what we mean by this and what you can expect to see in the final report. So these are really just our initial recommendations that we have come up with. Mel and I and our teams have come up with. This is the first spaghetti we're throwing against the wall, but by no means is the meal anywhere close to done yet. Is the best way I can put it, I think. So. These are all, rooted in the needs and opportunities specifically. We didn't want to just look negatively, but also positively at what opportunities are in the city right now, both in terms of the public infrastructure and public sector, private sector, and energy that we felt from a lot of the focus groups and our interviews with you all. What are the good opportunities out there that this city should take advantage of? And so based on the work plan that we have, we'll help develop 6 detailed solutions for the final report. That's the number that's in our work plan, but we can be malleable on that depending on how detailed one is. So I think the bottom line is we don't want to give you all 20 different recommendations to try to achieve over the next 5 years. That's unrealistic. That places a huge burden on staff and others. So we would rather focus on quality and level of detail than quantity. And if that means 4, that's great. If that means 5 or 7, that's fine too. We just want to give staff and you all a really curated and helpful list of recommendations with all the information you may need to try to implement them. And then so just examples of some of the things that these recommendations will include: a specific implementation timeframe and particular action steps based on, in the first 6 months, this is what you should do. In the first 12 months, in the first 24 months, however that kind of needs to be metered out. Funding sources and opportunities. If one of these particular recommendations requires a lot of money to achieve, we will avail ourselves of any particular any opportunities for funding sources at the federal, state, or local level. So you have at least a little bit of a roadmap for that. And then I think it's important to also build in metrics for evaluating success. If you implement this, what would success look like in 1 year or 2 years? How do you want to measure that? Is that the right way to benchmark yourself? So you can actually look back and say, we did achieve something. We did make a difference. And then obviously we want to demonstrate where possible. Here is another locality in Virginia or maybe somewhere else in the Mid-Atlantic doing something very similar to what we're thinking about here. And so, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. There's lots of communities out there doing, interesting, good work. And so we want to feature that and make sure, there are good examples and best practices to learn from as applicable to the conditions and context within Virginia Beach. So the types of questions that I think we would want feedback on is just kind of what's missing from this list that we'll talk about in a second. What maybe just really isn't realistic, based on your gut feeling or based on other information about priorities and resources for the city. Should some of these be prioritized in any particular way in terms of what we do first versus what may come later? Where on the burner do you want to put these different pots that you have juggling? And so I think what we came up with was really 3 broad goals to kind of sort these ideas, which I hope is a helpful way to arrange it. And again, these are all really based on the engagement received so far over the past few months, as well as what the data has been showing. So the first is really all about leveraging new public resources for housing. And so that's things like establishing a housing trust fund for the city, housing assistance program to help those specific workers that Mel showed in her table afford housing and stay in the city. And then also there's an interesting opportunity based on some recent changes to state law to use the Economic Development Authority, VBDA, to support housing goals, and we'll talk a little bit about those specifically. Second one is to really couple your housing affordability and housing opportunity objectives with the comp plan update that you have coming up. And we were lucky enough to speak with the directors of both zoning and planning about that process and those plans. And so this is a really, really great opportunity that the city should not miss. And I think you were already on the path for this from what we heard, which is great. But we think there's a few specific things that would be really helpful for the city to look into and integrate into that comp plan process, specifically for achieving your housing goals. And so that's things like an education campaign, inclusionary zoning, making sure there are some specific things with respect to the zoning ordinance rewrite that'll come later to make those regulations, amenable to the types of development you want to prioritize and see, and then streamlining approvals again of those projects and of that type of housing that you all as a city have collectively agreed is important and that you want to prioritize. And then finally, something that we heard a lot about was the importance of the private and nonprofit sectors in delivering housing and services in the city. And so I think you all do a good job of supporting those industries already. And so we think there's some ways that you can grow that support and in some pretty innovative ways that we'll talk about. So that's kind of the three buckets that we've created so far. And so I'll go through these one by one and talk about these particular ideas. So the first one, this was a recommendation that was in the previous report. So a trust fund is basically a local piggy bank that you put money into that you can draw from to use for housing in whatever way that you see fit. It's relatively common. There's numerous localities across the Commonwealth that have housing trust funds, as well as hundreds across the country. So lots to learn from here. Basically, you can organize all of your funding streams into a trust fund that is governed and administrated by the city. And you can tailor this money because it's yours, any money that is locally generated, to fill in the gaps that are left by CDBG and home dollars and other money that's already flowing into the city from the federal and state sources. And sometimes those programs just aren't flexible enough to address or to help develop a particular project that really should get done. The priority needs identified in the study. So this is a very great chance to say, here is what we found in the study, and here's how we are going to use this trust fund to address those particular needs. And so you can draw a clear connection and justify it in a very clear, transparent manner. And so this is a whole separate conversation that we can have, but there's lots of different ways that local governments can put money into their housing trust funds. One that's not really used in Virginia that much, but is becoming a little more common in other states, including North Carolina and elsewhere, is using general obligation bonds for housing. This is, again, not super common because localities in Virginia generally use these for other public investments, parks, schools, transportation, things like that. But I think the tide is changing a little bit, and we're going to see more localities use their bonding authority to support housing because they are realizing that housing is part of that critical infrastructure for their community. Localities also use special tax assessments, a penny on the real estate tax, meals tax. So there's a whole swath of different options there. Different user activity fees on different transactions, or just putting in, surplus general revenue. So I know that's a very weighted conversation about, potential, revenue generating sources and options that deserves to be part of a larger conversation about city budgeting. But overall, I think our takeaway is that there's lots of different options that are worth pursuing. Based on feedback, we can help chart a course for any that you all think you'd like to just know more about as particular options. But overall, we think that a trust fund, because it was in the previous report, because it is such a common way to support specific housing goals in your community, that this should be a priority. So I guess let me pause here and see if anybody just has any major kind of high level or major comments about the trust fund.
Questions at this point? Rosemary? Oh, then Chris.
So when you give a grant to, I guess, these are probably first-time home buyers, how much money are we usually talking about?
So that can vary. It depends on the income levels that you want to target with that assistance. I think generally, between $5,000 to $20,000 per household per buyer. But you can define what those limits are. You can set a cap because maybe you want to serve a greater number of people, and so that assistance level might be smaller per capita per buyer. Or you really want to deeply target that assistance, and so you're going to give more, more assistance in form of a down payment or whatever per household. So you as the city have that flexibility if it's your money.
Is this more targeted for a down payment or closing costs? And
Yeah, so I mean, generally, homeowner assistance through a housing trust fund, and this kind of gets to the second recommendation here about specific housing assistance for those kind of priority workers. That's definitely a use of trust fund money, and is done in plenty of other places. But I think more often than not, the majority of housing trust fund money, at least in cities and municipalities comparable to Virginia Beach's market and size, goes into affordable rental development, just because there's a larger gap that needs to be filled and served for developing housing that is income restricted and asking rents that are well below market. Even using the low-income housing tax credit program, developers pretty much always have some kind of gap that they need to fill with other types of financing, and this can be a great way that the locality can support that specific affordable housing development by providing pre-development loans or other types of just grants or forgivable loans to help a development that everybody wants to see happen finally get across the finish line.
so who wants to help someone purchase their home I don't think mostly first-time home buyers. Is it something that has to be paid back? Let's say if they buy it and they flip it real quickly, is there a time limit that they need to stay there?
So there's lots of different options for setting limits and safeguards on that type of assistance to make sure that it does get repaid back to the city to be captured and used again. If that person sells their home within a certain period of time, it can be structured as just a soft second, and so that money can eventually come back or get repaid. But there's lots of options and lots of best practices here, but that's definitely something that a lot of programs build in.
Thank you.
Okay, Chris?
Help us understand the inclusionary zoning.
Sure. If you sit tight, we're going to get there in a couple minutes. Yep. Yep.
Okay,
One question.
Yes.
You said that you've seen this in North Carolina, or?
Yep. So the city of Raleigh and city of Charlotte, I think, Mel, confirm, have both issued general obligation bonds for housing. Those both went to a public referendum and both passed with significant majority support.
So you gave me a reference.
Yes.
okay, back to Chris's question.
I think he said he was going to
Yeah.
address it.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor.
So this is a related solution. It gets to the specific homeowner assistance, but we think that creating a city-led fund to support workers in those occupations that are really critically important to the city's economy, really, the essential workers that we saw and wanted to support so much during COVID, that are having the hardest time affording a home, whether to rent or to buy. The city can use money that it generates and perhaps is in a trust fund, or maybe it's just general revenue money, to create a program to specifically help these types of workers. So again, this can be down payment grants or other types of financial assistance. Maybe it's just moving costs for a new teacher or public worker that is moving from Chesterfield or some other place to now work in Virginia Beach. And you want to make sure that they have a really nice soft landing and can, settle into their home very quickly and easily and not worry about money all that much, at least for their first, couple of months of rent until they can buy a home. So lots of ways that you can get creative here. And you can target this program outreach to these different sectors as you all may want to prioritize, depending on, these different groups, these different occupations that are having the hardest time affording housing and ones that you all have identified are critically important to your economy. And so again, this could be part of a housing trust fund. You could structure it as kind of a special reserve fund within the trust fund to flow into this program. But I think generally what we see is that localities who have programs like this are just dedicating existing general revenue to programs like this, a few $1 million, depending on the size and total revenue of a jurisdiction. But that way, it's just a pretty simple allocation. It really kind of lives outside of the whole trust fund administration application process, which, again, maybe that trust fund is really centered on rental housing development. This is pretty different because you're going to be serving individual households versus actual developers. And so it might make sense to kind of keep these a little separate. But we think a specific targeted program for this would go a long way in the city. So any particular questions or thoughts about this idea?
Okay, Amelia.
Well, I'd like to thanks for what you're showing us in this presentation. And especially you brought up about dedicated funding. And that is important because a great example with the Hampton Roads Transit, when we didn't have dedicated funding, the struggles and going up to Richmond. And now that we have that, it's made a big difference. So this is something definitely we look at. And I did have a question, for sometimes you will have people going into housing, a teacher or what, but they have the situation where they're military. So then that comes moving again.
Mm-hmm.
How can we guarantee we're giving them this funds? They're only here for 2 years or something like that. What do we do with those situations?
So I think it's very important to be flexible. There are in, let's say, USDA land or Federal Home Loan Bank land, these requirements that you be in a home for 5 years, 10 years in order to make that loan forgivable. But in the case where you do have workers coming in and out, and you don't want to saddle people with an obligation that they don't want to accept. So let's say you're offering home buyer assistance. You say you have to be here for 5 years. I say, I don't know if I'm going to be here for 5 years. I just moved to Virginia Beach. I don't even know if there might be better opportunities for me. So I'm not going to accept that, right? And so you don't want to saddle people with that. And I think that the best way to approach it is to make sure you get your money back, right? So structuring this as the second mortgage, right, that is paid back when they sell the home. It's a money-making opportunity for Virginia Beach. It's patient, right? It's not immediate money-making. It is waiting very often, for people who decide to stay in Virginia Beach 10, 20 years until they sell their home. But this is exactly what Arlington has done with their homebuyer assistance program. And they do find that now that they've had it in place, at least 15 years, that, it is a revenue builder for them. And so if somebody leaves in 2 years, that's fine. They pay back the grant the second mortgage, and you guys lend it out to somebody else. So the main thing is for you not to lose money and to give the homeowner the opportunity to live here and be happy here and stay here. So, yeah.
Okay, Michael and then Josh.
I think that was a great question, and I appreciate that clarification about the timeline. I have a question about, and I'm not challenging your concept, but I'd like to understand a little bit more about it when you talk about priority employment sectors, because of course, intuitively, I understand that teachers, public servants, maybe healthcare workers. But how do we prioritize, or how do you deal with in other settings, the prioritization of those workers as opposed to the lady who works at a dog grooming center, and she deserves just as equal an opportunity to live in an affordable housing
Just stay up here.
environment as those other folks do. And
Yeah.
I understand there are strategic target workforce demographics that we all have to pay attention to, but we also have to be equal and fair.
Absolutely.
How do you deal with that?
Yeah, and these priorities.
So I know you
it's
must have been
great.
ready for this.
No, I love talking about this stuff, and so I'm excited because the priorities that we have set for you were primarily based on those occupations that would be struggling to stay in Virginia Beach. So these three, that are up here, the data supports, the focus group supports, public school teachers, in addition to police and fire, I want to put out there because of the data itself saying that they would struggle. Hospitality management folk, the focus groups told us it's hard to retain them because they can't access the home ownership, and particularly when they have families. And the non-career military, those people who are, they've served their 4 years or however long their time was, and now they're trying to exit and live in Virginia Beach. So these priorities, among others, have been set based on those people who need access to programs like this. So not only, public servants or certain categories, but, should be an opportunity available to everyone. We need all these careers. Yeah.
You need all of them. Yeah, that's the point. So do you have policies that prioritize these sectors or at the exclusion of the other folks? I mean,
Yeah, so I think at least my recommendation would be that within the actual policy design, you are not artificially restricting eligibility to these particular groups because market conditions and economic conditions can and will change over time. And so I think there are softer ways that you can prioritize trying to get some of these groups if you want to prioritize them or at least start with them, maybe perhaps to bring them into a program like this and provide them assistance by targeting outreach and going. If you want to, go and say we're gonna focus on fire and EMS first. Well, you all know who's there, right? And so you can, design the program and advertise it in a way that and get it out and circulate it in a way that they, it's publicly available, but you are proactively and intentionally trying to educate the folks that you want to serve. Maybe first, or at least make sure they are some of the first people to know about this, and so they can get in line. But I don't think it is smart policy to again set hard and fast artificial restrictions for a number of reasons. But I mean, particularly, for the justification that you laid out. So I don't think it has to be binary either or. These are the occupations that we're offering assistance to, but there are kind of softer ways that the city, through its program administration and program outreach, to try to make sure those groups are served.
Okay, Josh?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Shannon?
And just to follow on, and I'm assuming we could review periodically, and if those industry sectors change over time, we can tailor assistance and hopefully have something open-ended. I was wondering if hospitality management included rank and file hospitality workers, or is that just management level? And the next one is in a housing trust, who are the trustees and who make the decisions about criteria and eligibility for assistance?
So one thing that was a little bit surprising in our data analysis is those rank and file workers proportionately already live in Virginia Beach, and people who are excluding those J1 visa people, let me just preface there. So people in the hospitality industry said, they have their workforce that they're kind of drawing from for those rank and file, but the people that they're specifically missing out on were the management folk in that moderate income home ownership world. So they drew those folks out specifically as having kind of a double. Data shows that it would be tough for them to afford home ownership, but then also we heard from the employers themselves, we're having trouble locking people down after we make an offer because they look at what's available and it's just not here. So that double evidence is what led us to that priority. Yeah.
And then the question about, I guess what I would call governance of a housing trust fund is really critical. And that is, one of the elements that we would lay out in a recommendation, based on any feedback that we, receive. There are lots of different ways that a locality can structure and create the governance methods for a trust fund. It can be just kind of as a separate fund where city council has primary kind of control over the decision making, but is receiving recommendations from staff on which applications to approve or to set aside, investment strategies, things like that. Other localities, other areas have a separate governing board for the trust fund, which can have varying levels of actual power. So maybe they only have recommending power, like a planning commission, where they're going to send recommendations to city council, and you all get to vote on it. But really, the bulk of the conversation and analysis about which applications to fund and administration and oversight of the trust fund is done by this separate body, which can be appointed by city council. It can have council members on it. That's how the one in Richmond works. I think it's got at least one council person on it. So there's lots of ways, and I think what we would want to do is, as we begin to draft those recommendations, take a look at the existing governance structures and maybe similar things within Virginia Beach and elsewhere to say, here are maybe the top 1, 2, or 3 ways that you all can go about this, that you can choose. To have the separate structure, just kind of have it built within existing systems. But regardless, transparency and oversight by you all as city leadership has to be integrated into any of those options, no matter what, because it's public money, it's your money, and you need to make sure that it's being used correctly.
Okay, Jen.
I appreciate this reporting so far because there are action steps that I know we've I think desperately wanted in like a pursuit of trying to get this going. And I don't know if it will be in the report later, but what I'm wondering now is, for the cities you've seen create something like this, how long has it taken them to stand something like this up? So from the conception to actually putting it into practice, realistically, what does that look like, or what has that looked like?
It depends on a lot of different things, institutional capacity, momentum among leaders, but probably 12 to 18 months, depending on how much public input and feedback you may also want to build in. How many public meetings do you want to have to solicit, true planning and engagement into the way a trust fund may be organized and structured, or do you just kind of want to do it pretty, cut and dry, and take care of it, mostly administratively. But I think it's very realistic if you started the clock, let's say January 1, 24, you could have a pretty good picture of what it will look like within 12 months and, sending out money within another year of that. So I don't think it's a 5-year thing. I think it's a 1 to 2.
Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the presentation and the hard work. Just one quick question. This would pass fair housing laws if you start picking one group over another?
So I think that one thing that we really need to reiterate is you're designing the program around these occupations and their affordability levels and them being really important to Virginia Beach, but you're not saying only these people can participate. So if someone else, let's say we've designed this for public school teacher salaries and to sort of supplement them and just get them, just above the median house price in Virginia Beach, you wouldn't say this is only for school teachers. Anybody else who falls into that income category would likely have access to this program. It does not behoove you as a city to start excluding people. That said, you can limit, for example, this must be people who are working in Virginia Beach. We're not going to start helping people who are working in Norfolk buy houses in Virginia Beach because that isn't a protected class. So, yeah.
Yes.
I like your answer. I thought it was important because you see, we are divided into districts, and we do not want that concept of only this district's going to get it or that, because some of these people live across. There's no district more influential than any other. Thank you.
So I'll round out this section, and we don't have to spend as much time on this because this one's kind of the new thing out there, the new shiny thing. But there are a few General Assembly actions from the previous year that have expanded the ability of economic development entities within Virginia to fund affordable housing projects, basically adding affordable housing and housing redevelopment for moderate and low income persons to their list of eligible activities that they can fund. And so the VBDA could, if you wanted to work with them and have them prioritize, have them begin to get invested in housing activity as well. And so they could become maybe a longer period of time, become a larger partner in the city's affordable housing development ecosystem. And so don't have to get into so many details here, but just one example to give you an idea of how this can work. And this is the only example that I am familiar with so far, because again, this authority hasn't been around for a long time. But the EDA in Richmond recently, earlier this year, awarded a new grant to I think it was a 4% LIHTC deal. So, below market affordable rentals, using federal tax credits, that was structured as a 30-year reimbursement on their real estate tax bill, equal to the incremental increase in the value for that property. And so it helps the developers lower their ongoing operating costs over time, over that 30-year compliance period for the tax credits, but also the city is still getting more revenue than they would otherwise because they help this development come out of the ground and prevent it from just being a vacant lot for who knows how many years. And so this was structured through the EDA. We've got the full grant agreement that we can look at and share. So I think we're going to see more localities across Virginia begin to use their EDAs, their economic development engines to do work like this, particularly as the connections between workforce development and employer attraction and housing availability and affordability become more acute and more coupled.
This is important, but if we can start coming to a close a little bit.
Yep. So let me just reserve any questions or comments people may have until the end, and I'll kind of work through these. So second goal, this is again about the comp plan. We think that education built into the comp plan process around housing affordability and accessibility in particular would be a really critical addition to the great work that those departments already have planned. And they seemed excited about this idea too. And so there are education campaigns just to help folks understand what affordable housing is, what it isn't, and bust a lot of those myths so that you can have more productive conversations about housing when an actual development gets proposed later on, and you don't have a lot of angry people who don't really understand what an affordable rental development may look like. And so this is all about being proactive with the community, with citizens, and helping them answer their questions and understand how housing works and how it's integrated into this comprehensive planning process. And what is the city doing about it? What is the city already doing? What is it thinking about doing? And just increasing the level of saliency and knowledge among citizens about housing. So many examples that we can draw from here as well. Second thing would be, this is the inclusionary zoning recommendation. The city has had the workforce housing program, which is a version of inclusionary zoning on the books for over a decade now, but it has not been very productive. I think just one or two projects have gone through this program, just one. And so reevaluating a program like this to integrate affordable units into new development that is otherwise market rate by private developers. This is a tough calculus to try to balance, particularly within what state code lets you do. And so it is really, really great that you have the opportunity to look at reevaluating this program and this option through the comp plan lens, because that way you can make sure it's aligned to all of your other land use goals and housing and economic growth. because you want those things to speak to each other. And so what we could do here is help evaluate kind of what your options are under state code, which has changed a little bit since you adopted the program back in the mid-late 2000s. And so we wouldn't tell you exactly what to do because we think this kind of has to flow through the comp plan process, but we would lay out as much as possible what those important questions are, what structures you need to be thinking about, some things maybe not to do based on lessons from other places, so that a reevaluation of this program could be successful within the comp plan update. And then the zoning ordinance will be rewritten eventually. And so, again, we're not going to say exactly what needs to be in that rewrite because that needs to be a product of the comp plan process and this process itself. But we think there's some things administratively and complementary to help make sure that your future zoning code that will take you really, deeply into the 21st century is helping you achieve your housing goals and helping you achieve greater housing affordability and see the developments that you want to see. And so lots of ways, lots of best practices that we can draw on from other localities that have developed really innovative and industry-leading zoning regulation regimens. And then finally, something we heard a lot about from developers and others, including yourselves, was a need to try to make the permitting process for housing more efficient, more straightforward, more predictable. And so we can outline a number of steps that the city and other stakeholders can take to help make sure that development, when it is proposed later on after the comp plan, after a zoning ordinance is rewritten, that those developments, the ones that you want to see, the ones that are prioritized in your comp plan, the ones that help that fit the character and the types of new homes that you would like to see in particular neighborhoods, those are prioritized and those are streamlined because everybody has agreed we want to see more of those. And so we can lower barriers for that type of development by creating different fast lanes that help smooth the process, but still give city administration and building officials the right authority and the right opportunities to make sure that nothing that is not meeting code is passing through. And then so finally, this third goal, a few things here. This was a piggybacking off a recommendation in the previous report about using a community land trust to help foster more affordable, permanently affordable homeownership opportunities. And so the good news is that option is easier now than it was a few years ago when that first report came out. There is now a Virginia statewide community land trust that partners mainly with habitat organizations to let those habitat affiliates use the shared equity CLT model, which helps basically make sure that upon resale of that home, that sales price is already set ahead of time based on a particular formula where that homeowner will get money back, they will get equity back that they have accrued in whatever time they've been in that home, but also the sales price will still be capped at something that is affordable to low, moderate income people that are looking to purchase homes. And so the city role here, you don't have to create a new trust fund. You can just help grease the wheels for VSCLT to come into the city and be active through donating land, funding for acquisition, perhaps through that trust fund we talked about earlier. And there's some specific things about making sure your real estate assessment program is set up because CLTs are kind of a strange, innovative thing when it comes to assessments. And then again, you can maybe prioritize down payment assistance or other stuff for CLT buyers. And then this is, again, maybe a longer term goal, higher risk, higher reward, or just higher work, higher reward. But we think that the city has an opportunity to explore some truly innovative, at least in the American sense, mixed income rental development models that are self-sustaining and not completely reliant on federal tax credits or other money that you do not have control over. And so we can lay out what a pilot initiative may look like for mixed income development that really, the market rate units help cross-subsidize the below market rate units that you have in the same building, in the same development. So you really have different income levels, different households integrated into a similar community. And mixed income development has been happening for several decades now. It really is kind of the best practice model. But in this case, what we're doing is arranging the finances in such a way that the development is really self-sustaining. It may require some money up front to get off the ground, and that's what a trust fund can be for. But once it's working and in operation, you're not reliant on federal tax credits or other things. And so what we can do is help kind of project out what this may need to look like within the city, begin to scope out what that initial public investment may need to look like. This will probably look like something along the lines of a revolving loan fund for construction to help this type of development get off the ground. And we also see Virginia Beach CDC as a critical partner or potential partner here because they could be a vehicle through which a model like this helps increase their capacity to develop more mixed income multifamily housing, which is a goal of theirs. And so this is really a chance to kind of tie a couple of things together and have a really leveraged impact to build more dedicated affordable units that are also built into market rate units that help satisfy all kinds of those different occupations and households that Mel talked about earlier. And again, private developers can be part of this as well. And the leader really across the country right now is Montgomery County, Maryland. They are really, pedal to the metal on this. They have issued bonds to support this work and are doing projects like this. Huge hundreds of units. Again, this is Montgomery County on transit lines, so maybe not something this tall in Virginia Beach yet. We're not saying you have to build exactly this, but the model here is worth looking into because they're doing these affordable rental developments that have the market rate units built in, but they're able to achieve, deeper income levels below 50% AMI and even lower without the competitive LIHTC process. And that really is unheard of in the entire, American affordable rental development continuum right now. So this is a chance for Virginia Beach to look at really being a leader, at least in the Commonwealth for sure, to say, you know what, we're going to try something different, and we're going to use our own resources and our own capacity and capabilities and strengths to build the housing that we need. And not rely so much on the federal government. So interesting case here. Again, this would be a much longer term thing, but we think that the conditions are right to maybe sow the seeds for this. And so that kind of encapsulates the different ideas that we've had so far. And I know we're crunched for time, but any other higher level thoughts or comments or feedback from council would be really appreciated.
Rosemary.
Yeah.
This is really helpful, and what the Workforce Housing Advisory Board did, which you only has had one go through it, which when it was developed, people had trouble. It was an NIMBY thing. Well, we don't want this, even though people didn't understand it. And it was the whole affordable housing word rather than the workforce housing that they had a problem with. And it was a hard barrier to overcome. But it was always meant to be mixed incomes in there. And so we do have something in place, and maybe it probably needs to be tweaking. But the other thing is, what other kind of policies could the council come up with that would encourage our developers to work that mixed income into their, like with increased density?
Mm-hmm. So within the framework of the inclusionary zoning, so kind of retooling and rethinking the workforce program, within what state code allows you to do in your zoning ordinance and land use regulations, the primary incentive for private developers who would otherwise just be building market rate units is a density bonus. And so you allow them to build more units per acre than what the zoning ordinance would allow normally. And in exchange for that bonus that you're giving them, that incentive, they're going to set aside a certain percentage of those units at a certain income level that is targeted to the lower moderate incomes that you want to serve. So those housing prices in those units will be lower than what the market rate one next door might be going for. But you don't have to stop at the density bonus. That is probably the one that creates the, it pushes it more into the black to help pencil out a development, because it's all about exchanging, right? So you're asking the developer to really forego some revenue by providing units that are below what they could get on the open market, but you're giving them enough in return to offset those costs. And so it works out for everybody. And so other incentives that you all as council and the city could pursue would be, again, fast tracking permits, really reducing the amount of time that a development is getting planned and prepared, because time is money for residential development, for any kind of development. And so making sure that the city is doing everything it can to reduce that time can go a long way. You can also reduce parking minimums. You can, expedite other types of design review. There really is kind of a whole suite of different incentives within kind of a basket that you can pull from, that state code does allow you to do as a locality, to help sweeten the deal, so to speak, for private developers to include below market units in their new development. And really, the other big resource that you can provide would be money through a trust fund. It really kind of comes down to dollars at a certain point. You can make it faster for them. You can reduce certain design requirements or other burdens within the zoning code. But eventually they're going to say, look, what I really need is $300,000 to get across the finish line here. And you can set conditions on that money and say, okay, in exchange for us giving you this money, you're going to make sure that those units are made available to incomes at this range or below for this set period of time. And here are the compliance and monitoring mechanisms that we're going to put into place to make sure that our investment as a city is being used the way that we want to see it.
Okay, Chris?
Thanks, Mayor. I'll be brief. I didn't see any content within the study that kind of addressed our city's older stock of homes. And are there any municipalities, or can you give us examples later, because I know we're crunched for time, where there may be cities, municipalities that are actively purchasing this older stock and then making that available to those lower income individuals? Yeah,
so it obviously in a housing market that isn't that crazy, but it's still a pretty hot market, buying any kind of property at market price is an expensive proposition for the city. And so normally what localities will do that want to revitalize or reinvest in properties, they're going to focus on the ones that are really in the worst shape. So the ones that are vacant, the ones that are the problem properties that maybe there's a bunch of code violations on. And because then you as a locality can use your special powers granted to you to do a tax foreclosure on that property if they are way in arrears on the real estate taxes. You can use receivership. There's some stuff that you can do as a locality to really start with the worst of the worst, and try to flip those and bring those back to productive use in some way. And that is requires the least amount of actual investment, because you're usually getting those properties for pennies on the dollar. And so that's the place to start. But I don't think really there's a huge supply of those types of properties in the city. And so the issue is these are properties, correct me if I'm wrong, Mel, but that are occupied, that are in okay condition, livable, but probably a senior living in them that just doesn't have the resources to fix it up, to put new windows on it, to do a new roof or HVAC, or to add accessibility upgrades to help them age in place. And so that's tougher, and you kind of have to, you obviously want those folks to still live there. And so now you have to target your assistance to actually helping that household itself rather than the home, maybe. And so I know the city of Richmond and their trust fund sets aside a fair amount of money that goes to local nonprofits to do housing rehab and housing assistance for seniors. And so I would guess that's probably the better route to go if I were to recommend something to help those types of homes and households. But there was everything else.
Mr. Mayor, to Councilmember Taylor, just want to Just want to clarify that City Council did authorize a pilot program and then subsequently funded it another year for us to develop a program like that where we provide those individuals that have code enforcement issues or repairs that's needed to their home, assistance in dollars to help move those projects forward. So it is something that's high on the council's mind, and you have taken steps to address it.
Or if bank seizes property or something along that line. Good point, Chris. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, I just want to thank you for a magnificent, presentation. Housing is critical to the city of Virginia Beach. As a matter of fact, I think it's within our top 5 priorities right now going forward. And, I think, a good point was making, it's not only our employees, includes everybody that lives in the city should have accessibility to affordable. But when you look at our future, our financial future with offshore wind, with cables coming in, with broadband coming in, these are going to create more jobs. And the problem is we got to find housing for these folks. And the other thing is we got to make it affordable. A number of our public safety people live in Moyock because they're unable to live down here. But once again, this is not only a Virginia Beach problem, this is a regional problem. Recently, a couple of weeks ago, Chris Taylor and I were at Hampton Roads Planning Commission task force on that, which we serve. And they're bringing up this type of thing. And, to be honest with you, Mr. Dehaney, I was wondering what do you think, Chris, this group should come and present to that group? Because they're talking about doing a study and including us in it. And then I just want to be brief. I'm also the chair of a group called HRMFA, which is the Hampton Roads Military Facilities Alliance. And we were in the Pentagon last year, and one of the major problems was identified by every branch of the service, every military base in Hampton Roads, is affordable housing and daycare, for their families. But once again, I just wrote down a couple things that, we're running out of land, and I think we really have to look at density bonuses. We have to look at infill development with mixed use in it. And the other thing is take a critical look at our building regs to find out if a lot of the regulations that may not be necessarily necessary, for lack of better terms, could be mitigated because these costs are passed on to the buyer. So I think that these are things that we all should take a look at. But once again, I think we're addressing a priority proactively, but, realize it's a regional issue, and, a lot of people that, may work in other cities, may live in Virginia Beach, and vice versa. But once again, I think this was a very powerful thing. But if you can come and talk to the folks at the Hampton Roads Planning Commission Task Force, what do you think, Chris? I think that would be valuable. Yes, sir. Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on now is the Parks and Recs bond referendum. Michael Kirschman is going to come and talk. Yep.
Great. Good afternoon, Mayor Dyer, Vice Mayor Wilson, members of the council. Michael Kirschman with the Parks and Recreation Department. And I'm here to talk about something that's been kicked around a little bit now, and that is the potential for a future Park and Recreation bond referendum. There's going to be a lot of information here. I'm going to try to get through it as quick as possible, but I'm sure there's going to be questions as well. So a quick outline of what we're going to cover. First, the good news is we have a lot of good data within the department on what the public needs and wants when it comes to public recreation. I'm going to share with you the latest data that we have. We're going to take a look at the current park amenities that are serving the population of Virginia Beach on a daily basis, and then cover all of the park and recreation unmet needs. So we'll talk about all of the unmet needs in the parks and the rec centers and for the trails with emphasis on the VB trail. We'll then quickly dive into a couple bond scenarios for consideration. We'll talk about the budgetary impacts, of course, and then legal will come up and talk about next steps. So first, let's start with some existing data that the department compiles. We are very fortunate here in that we commission a random household survey by a national, well-respected company every 2 years. It's ETC Institute. You've heard of this company before. The city uses them elsewhere, and we recently used them, I believe, for the voting system public input process. ETC does park and recreation studies across the country and can also benchmark us against just about anywhere. So this gives us very good data, and not just good data, but good trend data on the recreational needs of our community. There is a lot of data in this survey, but again, for brevity, I'm going to try to keep it short and just the highlights. In fact, a lot of the slides in this presentation, each slide in and of itself could be its own hour presentation, and I'll acknowledge that up front. The good news is for a lot of these slides, many of you or all of you have seen the information in the past. But if there's any questions afterwards, please let me know. When it comes to the ETC Institute study that we do every 2 years on the household needs for public recreation in the city, one of the main outputs that they provide is what's called the PIR, or the Public Investment Ranking. The PIR equally weighs the importance households place on an amenity, as well as how many households have a need for that amenity. So the way I think of it is, it's not just how many people want it, it's also the intensity of the need combined into one metric. And here is the results of the 2021 Random Household Survey. This lists pretty much all the different types of public recreational amenities that are typically found in traditional park systems throughout the country. I will say this, there are some amenities on there that we have 0 of, and I'll talk about that in just a second. But as you can see, trails, without a doubt, rank #1 in public priority. And this really mimics all municipal surveys across the country. And let me explain why. This is because pretty much everybody can use a trail. It is a self-directed activity. Anybody can walk, run, bike, be pushed in a stroller, in a wheelchair, and any type of device. And you can use trails daily. And that's opposed to a specific sport or a group activity where a much smaller segment of the population participates in that activity. So similar other very high priority self-directed activities you'll see rank very high are natural areas, fishing piers and docks, small neighborhood parks, picnic areas. And again, this is very common. There is a lot of data in the whole survey. It is a long survey. We do a presentation to the council every 2 years on this. We're actually getting ready to go out with the 2023 survey. That will go out later this month. Again, we do it every 2 years. We'll get those results in late fall, and we can present the updated data at that time. I would say one thing about any survey, in this one as well, and that is, while there's a lot of data there and it's a very nice tool in decision-making, it is just one tool in decision-making. The survey results don't take into account what I call real-world factors, right? So that could be some of these amenities on this chart are very expensive to build and operate. Some of them aren't that expensive to operate, right? It doesn't take into account the amount of land or parkland that's needed for the amenity. Dog parks take up a lot of space. Athletic fields take up a lot of space. But a half basketball court or a single tennis court or pickleball court takes up a lot less space. Nor does it take into account real-world factors. I'm going to draw your attention to the very last ranked PIR on there, and that's a cricket field. We don't need a lot of cricket fields in this city. But I will tell you that there is a notable population here in Virginia Beach that plays cricket, and that is their passion. And as the largest city in the state of Virginia, we have 0 cricket fields in our park system. And so this group has to leave Virginia Beach to participate in their sport somewhere else. And so again, we don't need 10 cricket fields or even 20 or even 2, but 1 would probably serve this need completely.
Rocky?
Real quick, Mr. Kirschman, and I'm not familiar with it. What's the size of a cricket ball field? Or is it a football field?
It's slightly larger. It's large. And the challenge with a cricket field is the pitch in the middle. It's a concrete runway, and it's in the middle of the field. And so in my experience, when you install a cricket field, a permanent one, which is what people want, it can't be really used for other sports or activities. Whereas a rectangular field can be used for soccer, rugby, football, lacrosse, right? Diamonds can only really be used for softball and baseball, maybe kickball. So they have multiple sports that can play on them. A rugby field, one field's great, but you can't go out there and play soccer because there's a pitch, a concrete strip in the middle of it, in the middle of the field.
So it's a unique field that would just be set aside, open space.
For cricket.
Yeah.
But again, I just want to draw the attention to, while it's the lowest ranked thing on here, as well as a lot of other things, it's very important to those people. And some of these things we have none of.
They have a facility that they use in Chesapeake. But part of the problem is even behind the batting thing, that's part of the plane.
That's correct. You need space all around it. That's correct. That's what makes the lanes up. We actually have a spot here in Virginia Beach where we could install one for the group. It just needs additional parking, and it needs some capital investment. We'll get to that later. So one other data point from the survey I'd like to share before we move on is we actually, in the survey, asked the public. We say, if we were to get additional CIP funding capital dollars to do things, we asked the public, where would you spend this money? And as you can see from this chart, the public says the largest share of any additional funds should go to improvements to existing parks, followed very closely by the development of the VB Trail. Next is improvements to our rec centers, and then land acquisition for parks and open space. And I'm sure you're going to ask, well, what is other? Other was a write-in option, and we had the firm send us all the write-in comments. This was everything from install new spray grounds, to new disc golf courses, to outdoor swimming pools, to make improvements to the dog parks, which could really go into improvements of the existing amenities up above, to more synthetic fields, and even one comment was, please stock Mount Trashmore with more catfish. So you can get all kinds of things in the other category. But it gives us very good information on where the public says we should invest with any future additional funds. So we have a handle on what the public's needs are. Now let's take a quick look at the current inventory of park and recreation assets serving the roughly 460,000 population of Virginia Beach on a daily basis. This will list many and pretty much all of the main common amenities, but it does not list them all. For instance, of course, we have the Japanese garden, we have one small skate spot, we have one small pump track, we have a couple things. But in terms of the major main recreational amenities in the parks, there is the current assets that are serving the city as we stand today. I just want to bring up one thing. I'm going to come back to this later. Just for your point of reference, if you totaled up all the value of these outdoor park assets, it's roughly $430 million. So if we snapped our fingers and they all disappeared right now and we had to replace them in $2023, it would cost $430 million to replace all the tennis courts, basketball courts, picnic shelters, dog parks, bathrooms, parking lots, athletic fields, all that kind of good stuff. Now, we are currently wrapping up a 2-year study on a parks needs assessment. We'll be hopefully presenting that to City Council this fall, but we do have some preliminary data from our national consultant. And when they look at our current inventory of park assets versus the needs of the public and our population size, as well as other factors, what you'll see there is in red where we have current deficits. Some of these deficits are not that large. I mean, you might say, wow, you need 17 new playgrounds, but we have 173. So that's a small delta, right, compared to the overall how many we already have. Some of these, though, are rather large. If you look at rectangular fields, we have known this for many, many years. We currently have 12 rectangular fields. We're 12 down. We know we're deficit in dog parks. We have 5 dog parks, but we need to actually double that just about to serve the people out there that have a need for dog parks. You'll see in pickleball courts, I know that all of you are getting lots of emails on pickleball courts. We currently have 6. Our national consultant says we should at least have 23 more pickleball courts to serve the existing needs as they stand right now. And then you'll see that there are some amenities where we have none of them in the park system. We don't have any nature centers. We don't have any spray grounds. We have no community gardens. We have no cricket fields, no outdoor pools. These are all fairly common amenities in other park systems our size. But I will say one thing, we do have our very first park spray ground under design right now. And it's also going to be with a new dog park, and that will be at Level Green Park in Centerville, and it's currently going out to bid, and I know the community is very excited about that. That's been about 3 years in the making. We started that public input process pre-COVID. So that's all the parks. If we look at all the park needs, we can pretty much put them into 4 big buckets. The first bucket is deferred maintenance, and this is the repair and replacement of existing amenities. We currently have around a $35 million deferred maintenance backlog. That's just to fix up, repair, and replace existing amenities that have outlived their lifespan and that need to be replaced. As you know, we also have about 40 park sites that were acquired over the years. Some of these go back decades. They range in various sizes. They're located throughout the city, and they are completely undeveloped, and they're awaiting future funding to become a park. And we actually have a couple new acquisitions in the works in some very high priority neighborhoods that do not have any parks nearby. It would take over $100 million estimated to develop all those parks. We also have a lot of parks in our park system. In our 293 park system, we have at least 100 sites that are what we term underdeveloped. There's a picture of one right up above. That is Oak Springs Park. That is an 8-acre neighborhood park. It's got a lot of space, and it has one small playground in the park. And because we have so many parks that maybe only have a playground, while it's great that it has a playground and can serve that population that has a need for that, there's a lot of room to serve other user groups. There's a lot of good studies out there that show that parks that have at least 4 to 5 recreational amenities really gain efficiencies and get a lot of use. And so a lot of these parks are underutilized and not used that much because they're lacking a diversity of recreational amenities. So in our underdeveloped parks category, it would take $50 million to upgrade those. We also have over 30% of all city residents that do not have a park nearby. That's a big question mark because that would be land acquisition as well as developing those parks. But if you add up what we know right now about our park system, there's about $190 million unmet need as it currently exists. Moving on to the rec centers, we have, as everybody knows, one of the most popular and beloved recreation center systems in the country, hands down. We are frequently called by park systems around this country, and people come visit us to tour our rec center system and to figure out and find out how they can get something akin to what we have where they are. And this goes back, of course, over the last 50 years. They're extremely highly utilized. We have over 45,000 members currently. We have over 1.5 million scans when the members come in and scan. That's just incredible usage for our rec centers. 3 of them are relatively new. 4 of them are older. In 2020, as you know, we did a modernization study and a feasibility study on what does the future of those 4 older centers look like, what would it take to upgrade them and modernize them. Many of these were built back in the early 90s. The population was a lot less 30 years ago. The recreational trends and needs were different 30 years ago. And for these older centers, they are reaching end of life in a lot of critical systems. So when we look at HVAC, electrical pumps with the pools, roofing systems, they are starting to fail and fail quickly. SeaTac, while not in as bad a condition and not as old as what we call the big 3, Great Neck, Bayside, and Princess Anne, I think we're all aware of the challenges at SeaTac and that rec center is small and not meeting the residents' needs. Just some pictures of what we face on a daily basis at some of the old rec centers. If you walk in during a rainstorm or after a rainstorm, as a member, as a paying member, you're probably dodging trash cans sitting in hallways and towels on the floors because the roofs are leaking, the pipes are leaking, the pools are getting shut down due to pumps failing, et cetera. Again, I don't want to go through the whole study. Here's a snapshot of it. The study looked at each center and proposes using the existing footprints with slight bump outs where possible to slightly increase square footage, with renovations to upgrade the internal operating systems and to meet current recreational needs and trends. Again, the entire study has been shared in the past, and so I'm not going to go into too much depth, but we do know what the costs are from that study. So the study was done in 2020. If we look at that study and bring it up to 2023, you're looking at about a $60 million need for the big 3. And to do CTAC would be anywhere from 48 million to 65 million, depending on the various options in the study and whether it's built somewhere else and how big and large it is built. So if you total up the 4 older rec centers, CTAC included, you're looking anywhere from 100 to 125 million in unmet CIP needs. Moving on, at the same time, we did a study on Centerville. I remember when I first got here 5 years ago, I think one of the first weeks I was here, I had people asking me, hey, what about the Centerville study? What about a Centerville Rec Center? That had been talked about for many years. And so in 2020, at the same time as doing the modernization study on the existing rec centers, we did a study on the feasibility of an 8th center in the Centerville area. That looked at numerous options, locations, sizes, all the capital costs. A preferred site was identified, and the total cost for that project is $52 million. And then we move on to the VB Trail. This project has been a priority since 1981. The city acquired the Norfolk Southern Railroad right-of-way corridor. It's over a 60-foot wide corridor, 10 miles straight through Virginia Beach, which would connect Norfolk all the way to the ocean front, passing through numerous shopping areas, residential areas, you name it. This project, completely funded, at the end of the day, would cost $75 million in 2023. Quite a bit of that is major overpasses along major thoroughfares, which is pretty expensive. We've been applying for federal grants, as you know, for the last couple of years. And so far, we've ranked very high on those federal grants, but unfortunately have not secured funding to start phase 1 of that project. So when we bring that all together, and that's a lot of information in a short amount of time, but when you bring together all of the current park and rec unmet needs, you're looking anywhere from a $400 to $440 million unmet need. And let me just say that does not include trails other than the VB Trail. That does not include land acquisition needs. That does not include outsourced facilities such as the Sportsplex or any other golf courses, VB pickleball, or any of the facilities that we outsource to the private sector. While this number may seem very large, and it is large, I would like to point out just a couple quick caveats. The first is that this backlog has been decades in the making, and it won't be solved immediately by any single park and recreation bond package or anytime soon. Every park and recreation system in the country has a backlog of deferred maintenance and a backlog of unfunded projects. And that's similar to any city department as well. Hence, the goal of any potential future bond could be to just tackle a portion of these priorities, the highest priorities. And while it would not meet all the needs that are out there, it could drastically move the needle on park infrastructure. A major investment in park and recreation and trail infrastructure is an investment in the city of Virginia Beach's quality of life and the health and wellness of our residents. Secondly, it should be important to note that any bond and associated projects would be spread out over a number of years, potentially up to 10. So spreading projects out over that amount of time is more practical, both from a financial perspective, as well as just plain feasibility to get them done. Real quick, I know that we like to benchmark, and so we did some benchmarking. And when it comes to, how did we get here with all these unfunded needs? Well, as mentioned, it's been decades in the making. And it comes down to funding over time, of course. So for comparison's sake, we researched the Virginia Beach Park and Recreation capital budget versus other cities of our size, populations 350,000 to 600,000. This information comes from the National Recreation and Park Association's Park Metrics. It's the largest database of public park and recreation agencies in the country, and most current data in the system of 2022. Excluding strictly nature-based park and recreation departments, and these park and recreation departments that are strictly nature-based have no rec centers, no athletic fields, no active parks. If you look at all the other agencies out there, we have 22 park and recreation peer agencies within our population size. And as you can see, we are not even in the top half of capital funding for park and recreation departments. We're actually in the bottom third. I'll just make one little note here, and I think Kevin will be quick to say, that is one data point, but that comparison does not tell the full story. There are numerous factors that go into CIP budgets for park and recreation systems. There's other funding sources that can be used, and it also matters on how well out the park system is developed in terms of how much capital you need. For instance, I am well aware that the City of Tucson, The voters there recently passed a $225 million park and recreation bond in 2018, and hence in their 2022 capital budget, that is reflected for the yearly allocation of that year from that bond being passed. So take it with a grain of salt, but it does give you a snapshot on where this city compares in terms of park and recreation CIP funding versus cities our own size. One final comment on parks, and as stated earlier, after a 2-year review of our park system, our national consultant places the value of our park system's amenities, excluding land, at $427 million. That's the value of our current park assets that are out there. We are currently funded at about $7.5 million per year in the park and recreation budget for park repair and upkeep. So that is less than 1.7% of the total value of the assets. Even, and for many, many years leading up to COVID, we were $5 million or less. And so we were less than 1.2% of the value of the assets. And so we got behind. Even with recent increases to our CIP, we're still less than 2% of the value. And because of this, our deferred maintenance continues to grow while hampering our ability to build new parks and gap areas and enabling us to keep up with recreational trends or make improvements to existing parks. And our biggest challenge is still in front of us. Per our consultant's detailed assessment, over 30% of our existing park amenities are reaching end of life within the next 5 years. This means our deferred maintenance backlog is going to continue to grow, even with the recent influx that we received of ARPA funding, while underserved areas of the city without parks will continue to go without, continuing the cycle of inequality. So now, with all that information kind of thrown out there in terms of all the unmet needs that we currently know about in our park system that have been out there for quite a while, we're going to talk about a couple bond scenarios. One of the things that came up was if it was to be placed on this year's ballot, council must take action and provide a resolution prior to August 18th, 2023, and legal can talk more about that in a little bit. It should be noted, however, that a referendum does not need to be placed on a ballot this year. It could also take place in 2024 or any future date that council so desires. Certainly doing so and delaying it would give the department much more time to adequately and fully engage with stakeholders and the public prior to coming back to council and proposing any type of bond package. In light of that, though, we did our best to look at all the data we had in-house and look at all the projects, all the public's top needs, all of the calls that we get and you get in terms of those needs, as well as inequities across the city, and tried to come up with a scenario or a bond package that would pretty much serve all residents across all user groups spread across the entire city. So each of you have in front of you 2 options. It's a spreadsheet. It goes into much more detail than this very broad overview. Basically, if you look in the different categories of park capital replacement, underdeveloped parks, undeveloped parks, rec centers, VB trails, and open space acquisition, based on the 2 different scenarios, based on how high or low, and again, you can go much lower, you can go much higher. This was just 2 options, anywhere from a $250 million option A scenario to a $250 million bond scenario in option B. Again, this is like a menu, though. If at any time in the future the city ever decides to do a park and recreation bond package, you can pick and choose across the buckets and go as high as low as you want. Budget is here. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Caitlin. Budget is here, and they ran the numbers on what a park recreation bond would be in terms of an impact of the budget. And you can see in $50 million increments what that would mean. There are a couple of assumptions in their model, as there always are, and that is a 3% annual real estate assessment growth, a 2% capital reserve recapitalization for funds on each scenario. There would be ongoing operational impacts, of course, of up to $4 million annually, $50 million issuances every other year, and a 4.5% interest rate. If there are questions on the budgetary impact, thankfully the budget staff are in the house and can answer those. I do want to take 1 minute, though, to talk about the other side of the ledger. So anytime we talk about spending money, right, it's important to also know what you're getting for that money. And we do that anytime we spend money in the city on anything else. As with any public project, whether it's a road or a police station or a convention center or new parks, there are costs. And it's important to understand those costs. But it's also important to know what the benefits are, and some of those are economic as well. So we know through a lot of research over the many, many decades what parks and recreation facilities do for a community, how they make life better, right? And no one's going to argue that there's value to kids having a safe place to play their sports in a public recreation setting, and that people can go play tennis, and that people can walk trails and picnic and do birthday parties outside and fly kites. And nobody's going to question that that memory-making business that we're in is not valuable. But there are also quantifiable economic impacts to park and recreation projects. Back in 2011, prior to me even being here, this city commissioned a study on the economic benefits of the park and recreation system. And I'll just throw out a couple things that are in there. We can provide copies of this. It's actually online as well. One case in point, though, is there's been really good research out there. A child that grows up within walking or biking distance to a park or a playground is 5 times more likely to grow up to be a healthy weight. There are significant health impacts to having easy access to public recreational amenities. I used to work at a park system in Illinois. I lived and worked on site, on the park site in the historic house in the park, and there was a 3-mile paved loop. Guess what my wife and I did every day, because it was right outside our door, every night after work? We walked the 3-mile loop around the park because it was convenient and accessible and near our house. I'm fortunate to live in a part of the city here where there's a multi-purpose trail in the front of our subdivision, and we can walk or bike to the Dairy Queen or to the stores or anything else we want to do. And you see people walking all the time. If you don't have that access, though, you don't use it. That is true. Well, you burn it off on the way back, right? So I will say that there's really good studies out there that people who use our parks, on average, and they use our parks if they're accessible and convenient, individuals who are moderately active in the parks save $350 per year in out-of-pocket spending. That is real money that they're saving every year by having recreational facilities close to home. That number doubles to people over 65 to $700. And so you can quantify this, and that's what this study did. It quantified the wealth-saving factors to the citizens as well as the economic impact of the city in a lot of different aspects. Another one is property values. It's well known that parks and open space increases adjacent property values, just like beaches do, right? Not to the level of beaches, but they do. And in fact, the study found a 3.26 park effect on properties within 500 feet of parks, which means the average home or property is selling for 3% higher just by being next to a park. That means higher taxes for us and higher sales for the individual selling the property. Studies have shown that the park effect goes out to 2,000 feet, but to be extremely conservative, the study only looked at property sold within 500 feet. And even with that, they showed that in every year, the city's bringing in a couple $1 million more per year in increased property values due to the parks that people are willing to pay to live there, as well as for the people who sold homes that year, they personally made over $10 million in higher sales price by selling their house close to a park. There are numerous other quantifiable economic outcomes to parks and recreational facilities, including stormwater benefits, direct use savings by residents and visitors, and tourism and community cohesion impacts, which are all in the study as well. Finally, before I turn it over to legal to talk about next step, there's one final survey I'd like to tell you, and that is when it comes to the outcomes and benefits of parks and recreation, the public understands that as well. You will see that there's overwhelming support and agreement, either strongly or agree, that parks and recreation promotes healthy lifestyles, protects the environment, preserves open space, makes Virginia Beach a more desirable place to live, provides places for people to meet, attracts new residents and businesses, reduces crime, et cetera, et cetera. So there are a lot of reasons to do it. There are costs to do it, but there's also benefits and outcomes to investing in our park infrastructure as well. With all that being said, I'm now going to turn it over to Dana to talk about next steps and the election if City Council decides to move forward either this year or sometime in the future. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of City Council. For those that were on council in 2021, you've done this before, so this will be a bit of a review, but nonetheless, referendum election means going first to court. The court can order the election based on a request from this City Council. That's just a simple majority resolution. And then the court generally orders these elections to be held in November. And so you must make that request 81 days prior to the date you would like the question to be on the ballot. For the attorneys out here, the General Assembly helpfully tells us we have to use plain English in fashioning the question. And then the question must be a yes or no proposition. Aside from the plain English requirement and the yes or no, there's not a lot of constraints as to how the City Council would like to fashion the question. In the bond referendum scenario, you, the City Council, are required to explain the question, explain the use of the bond proceeds, and specifically anything that is more than 10% of the total bond proceeds has to be separately stated and explained. Once again, there's the definition of plain English and the requirement upon the city attorney to prepare the explanation. Just a heads up that you do bond referendum, you have to do the explanation, and it has to be prepared by an attorney, and it has to be in plain English. And then, and it's funny because in two separate statutes, it makes very clear we have to do this in plain English, and then tells us that plain English means we can't use technical language, and then it makes the attorneys do it. So it's kind of a funny quirk. And then back to the city charter. So if there is a referendum approval, there is still a requirement for City Council to adopt the bond authorization by 2/3 votes. So that would be 8 votes. And then after you have the approval, then you have 8 years from the date of the election to actually issue the bonds. We can go back to the court and request that be extended from 8 years to 10 years. We did that for the flood referendum because we knew 10 years was going to be required. So we could do that also in this scenario.
Okay, a lot of information. Questions?
Questions? Anybody? Rosemary?
So I forgot the number on the rec centers, but with Centerville plus the other 4, what was that number?
So Centerville with the other 4 is going to equal about $150 to $250 million because CTAC is unknown, where it will be built, how big, all that good stuff. So if you look on slide 15, it breaks it out by the big 3, CTAC, and then Centerville.
So option A and option B really only has 76 million put aside.
That's correct. So in the staff's first stab at a draft bond package, we included the Centerville Rec Center and one of the big 3, Great Neck. The reason we didn't do more than one of the great big 3 is that it would make a lot of sense to do them back to back to back to back. We don't want to have multiple rec centers closed at the same time to the public. And they could be closed for 2 years during a renovation. And so the question becomes the staff. We don't fill the part-time positions. We reallocate the full-time, and we do this staff juggling effect. We wouldn't want to have more than one done at a time. And quite honestly, within a 7-year time frame, we'll probably only get to 1, maybe 2. Centerville would not have that issue. It wouldn't be a closure because it'd be a new one. And CTAC wouldn't be a closure if you built a new one somewhere else and then close the old one and reuse that building for a new purpose. But in our, again, anything's an option, but on our first stab at this, we included the Centerville Rec Center and the first of the big 3, which is in the worst condition, and that's the Great Neck. Bayside's in the second worst condition.
When we did the stormwater one, we had everything that we were going to do with that money.
Mm-hmm.
So I know that the lawyers have to put it into language that everybody can understand, and I know that's a challenge, but you would have to explain that only 2 rec centers were going to be
at this time. The other ones would come in the future, hopefully. Correct. You can't do everything at once, right? You can't do all 400 million at once, so you got to prioritize accordingly.
Thank you.
Okay, Michael?
I have a few questions, so bear with me if you may. I'll try to move as quickly as possible. I don't really have a question about the referendum at this time, but some of the information in your presentation really piqued my interest, and I'd like to explore things. And I think these are things the public is curious about as well. On the VB Trail, the estimate of $75 million. Can you explain a little bit more about what exactly the $75 million investment in the VB Trail would look like?
Sure.
And what people are asking me in the context of, there's already rails there, and actually, as an aside, I was told that people will pay us to come and take that steel out of there. I don't know if it's true or not, but that's what someone has asserted credibly, I think. And people say, well, why can't you just take the rails out and put something down now that people can enjoy? So that's question one.
Sure. I'm going to have Chad come down and talk more about it, but I will tell you, anybody in the country right now that's building trails, we used to budget, back where I came from, $1 million a mile. And that's just for a 10-foot wide multi-surface path, right? That is ADA accessible, no bumps in it, you're not using concrete slabs, you're doing asphalt. We now pay $2 million a mile, $2 million a mile per trail, but that's without bridges or overpasses. And so when you have a 10-mile long trail, you don't want to come up to Independence Boulevard or Virginia Beach Boulevard and have an 8-lane highway that tons of people, I mean, these trails get used a lot. You want it contiguous, you just fly over and you keep biking with little spur offs to come down if you want to get off and go shopping. Some of those overpasses are, what's the one that's estimated right now at Town Center?
$6 to $7 million.
And that's one flyover over one road. And so when you look at a trail like the VB Trail, that's where the costs are incurred, not just with the asphalt. You could pull up the tracks and put down crush and run, right? And gravel.
Or oysters.
Yes. But that will not work for all users, nor will it last as long. There's the good and bad with trails. Trails are the most publicly desired amenity, and they're the most used. When they're built, they're the most popular amenities in a park system. They're expensive to build, but they're actually fairly inexpensive to maintain once they're built compared to other recreational amenities like rec centers or athletic fields. And so that's the trade-off. You get high usage, but it's high cost to build, low cost to maintain. And that's what every system is doing around the country. $2 million a mile, and that's if you had flat land, no flyovers or overpasses.
Interesting. Okay, thank you. The other question I have is about, when you talk about capital investment and we're toward the bottom third, I wonder if you have any, and I think you kind of offered a disclaimer or additional content, some amount of measurement to that, what that data point reveals, but could it also reveal that Virginia Beach went through a boom in the 90s and early 2000s and the 80s, and that we made major investments? So if you took that same measurement at that time, we would have been possibly in one of the high at the top or in the top third. And because we expanded so rapidly during that time and made, as you noted, meaningful investments, the people who were there, including some people around this table, had that vision that we don't need that same level of capital investment.
Yep.
Based on the robust vision that was executed during that time.
You're right on point. There is no historical context to the data point. There's a story behind every city, ours as well, and that could be very, very accurate. I've been with park systems that go through big increases in CIP funding years to low, and who knows where everybody stands in that life cycle on that chart. You're right on point.
Yeah, and so just to drive that point home, what I think we're looking at now is, I mean, we'll talk about the rec centers, and I have a comment about that or a question, but the people who were here in decades ago made major investments, and it's our responsibility to maintain those investments at a high level, because as you noted, what's the accessibility of a public park within to a neighborhood or to an individual home?
We have just over 65% of the public can walk or bike to a park near their house.
Yeah, and that's and how does that data point stack up to other communities? I would say very high.
We have that. We're about middle of the pack across the top 100 cities across America.
And as you, without going too far into the referendum, because it's, I can see some of the, I can see the benefits of including citizens into these important conversations about funding these, maintaining and also renovating the many needs that we have. It looks like in both options, you prioritize the Centerville Rec Center. And you did, I think, offer a good explanation about doing one by one by one. But I don't think that accounts for the question of CTAC. And we need to address that because since I've been here, year after year after year after year after year, the residents of SeaTac come before us and tell us that their rec center is not providing the needs that they have, and they have one accessible to them, but it's not meeting their needs. And that also, so that's one thing about the rec center. I don't think you presented an option that addresses the CTAC question. And while CTAC may not be on the same modernization schedule that Great Neck, Bayside, and Princess Anne are, I think we've heard loud and clear from the communities who have said that while the facility might not be in the same standard that that they have existing needs. So could you comment on that?
Sure. So what I would say is when it comes to the CTAC, everything you said is 100% accurate. First, the reason we didn't put CTAC in is if it went this year, we're further ahead on Centerville. We have a preferred site. We know where it can go. We know how much it costs. We know what size to build it, et cetera. CTAC, all those decisions can be made ahead of time prior to being put into a bond package because we don't know how much to allocate for it unless we're just going to go on the high end or middle end and go for that because we don't know if we're going to. We need direction really in terms of when we did the study, we have numerous options for CTAC. Redo the existing one on site, but that doesn't get you much more space. You can maybe put a small second floor on it, right? Another option was have two rec centers in CTAC, one for dryland activities, one for aquatics. And so it's not all in one building, but it's two buildings around that size. And so you can have a double gymnasium at one facility and a big fitness area. You have an natatorium or an aquatic facility somewhere else, right? Or a third option is just build a Williams Farm style rec center at a new location yet to be determined, whether we're going to buy land or use an existing site. And then how big does that get? Do you add a natatorium? There was also even talk at one time of a joint library rec center. Because all those questions have not been answered, and we don't know what the cost would be for CTAC, and it's kind of that wild card, these issues need to be worked out. That's why it's not in right now, but at any point in the future, for any bond package, of course, council would be able to pick and choose the projects that they deem highest. If we get good public feedback, we can also have a more informed decision-making process as well. So that's one of the things. I would say one thing, though. One of the park buckets, we did include significant funding for SeaTac Park, which has been asked for a long time to redo the SeaTac Park. So that's one that we know what it is, how much it would cost, and what it would do. And so we included that in this first draft concept.
Thank you. I do think we need to have more time to discuss response to the CTAC Rec Center question. I can tell you, I don't think there's anyone around this table who would assert anything other than that we have heard from the community year after year, year after year, and they're I think they have merit, and I think we need to be mindful of that as we move forward with the discussion like this. The other thing I have, and I think this goes to the question of the timeline, although these are obviously all incredibly important conversations, and parks is what sets Virginia Beach apart as among the many things that make us an excellent community. I guess on that list of priorities, and you again qualified that, but I just can't say that list that you presented matches what I'm hearing from constituents and from citizens and from my neighbors. And I'm not really, I think, so I'll just leave it at that. I think that statement speaks for itself.
And I think that's great. And I think that's one of the justifications, or at least one of the arguments for a year process of robust public input and stakeholder input for any type of bond package. And we did not have the time for this go around and in this scenario setting to do that. And you're right on point.
Cricket is an example. It's at the end of the list, but it's not at the end of my list. Right. And
we included that in the park package.
Okay. I think I've taken enough time. I could go on, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, Barbara, then Josh.
Well, the whole conversation about rec centers is, I think it needs a whole conversation among the community, because, when we started out with one rec center, Rec Kempsville, and, the others just kind of came, but they were all to be regional. We really didn't look at or intend to do neighborhood rec centers. I think the reason SeaTac ended up with a neighborhood recreation center was because there was already something there that it just built upon. But I think in '86, when we first had a referendum, we had 3 questions that year. We had a road and a school and a rec center. And the schools and the road won, but the rec center didn't, primarily because there was only one. So what we came back was a later referendum with 3, because we were looking at broader. And so I really think if we're going to look at rec centers as needing to be regional all around the city, we need a lot of discussion about it, just where they need to be able to reach the most people. And I think that's looking at sites in general. And so that really hasn't been done. And also with rec centers, you've got a major operation cost. And where is that in all of this? Because I think the operation cost per rec center is pretty high.
It is included in the funding scenarios, but you are correct. The operation of a rec center far exceeds parks or even all the park projects combined.
I really think if we're going to go heavy on rec centers and we expect to have more around the city, we need some major discussion all around the city about just where they should be to serve the people and justify the cost and the operating costs. So I think it's a major question if we're going to look at that, because, I mean, we can talk about parks and, you can have a park within 10-minute walk of everybody, but we sure can't have a recreation center
Correct.
close to everybody. And we have to understand that because of the cost. And so I think that begs a lot of public discussion.
Okay, Josh?
Thank you, Mr. Kirschman. I appreciate the presentation. Just a couple quick questions. I want to make sure I understand. And looking at the rec centers, it's $40.8 million if we do nothing on any of it. And then if we decide we want to renovate the big 3 adjusted for inflation, that's $60 million.
That's correct. And the reason is it gets back to almost what happened in Kempsville. Kempsville, the story I was told, this is before I got here, was built in 1977, and they were having problems with their electrical system. The fuses that were in there weren't even made anymore. Then they looked at the whole electrical, and they said, well, you need to replace the electrical system. They're like, oh my goodness, you need to replace all the plumbing too. It got to the point where a total tear down and rebuild was pretty much as cost effective as trying to revamp the existing site. That's where we're reaching with some of these existing older rec centers that are approaching 30 years.
And that's the reason why I raised the question, because to Councilman Berlucci's point, I'm not necessarily hearing a big outcry in terms of renovating these rec centers, but I think if we engage in some public discussion, public input around you're spending or you're spending, I think that needs to be kind of communicated around in the community as well. The other question I had is the $75 million for the VB Trail. Where does that get you from Newtown to where?
That's the total cost. So on slide 15, that's the total cost all the way from
Oceanfront.
Yeah, it starts. So pretty much the 10 miles remaining of the 11 or 12 mile trail.
Okay. And then obviously in connection with any underdeveloped or undeveloped parks, we would be able to take inventory of and prioritize those areas of our city that don't have the same access as other places might.
And actually our consultant's doing that right now with our parks needs assessment. For the first time, we're looking at the entire park system through an equity lens. And so what parts of the community has just not been funded as well as other ones, which ones have gap areas to help us prioritize future investments in parks across the city.
And I would hope that alongside the comp plan that we take from a land use perspective, some of those properties we're realistically never going to get to. And then we've got other policy, objectives that we want to achieve, like the one we just heard about.
Yep.
I think just a bigger, broader
That is
strategy with what land we have.
And we knocked out about 20 undeveloped sites off the get-go, knowing that they're never going to be developed. There's not a need for them to be developed. They shouldn't be developed, and we're never going to get to them. So those 20 were already knocked out, leaving the remaining 40.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Chris?
Mr. Kirschman, thank you for the presentation. I'd love to see, I guess when we get that assessment, really prioritizing some of these, because it looks like the greatest advantage is having the parks. If it's helping people stay healthier, it's getting them out in the community. So I hope we could knock out some of this low-hanging fruit.
Mm-hmm.
And then I just had a comment. I wanted to thank you for working with Coastal Virginia Community Rowing, because there are these niche groups and small, District 8 is all water for the most part, and they have felt left out. And so I just want to thank you guys for going above and beyond, and for all the council members that helped support them getting back on the water. But that's that's an opportunity where it didn't cost us really too much money to get them back out there, and kids are getting scholarships. It's a positive thing for the community. So I hope within this discussion, we can look at some of those that are low cost that we can just do versus going through this.
There's a lot of special interest groups with their niche sport, niche activity, niche group thing that they do that depend on our parks for their recreation.
So thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Anybody else at this point? Sabrina?
Thank you for the presentation, and I'd like to thank staff in its entirety working on this presentation. This presentation certainly is a follow-up to the last time we met, and the conversation, or my conversation, was to consider a referendum to be more inclusive and to kind of look at the city as a whole in terms of what the needs are, especially in those unfunded projects that we have as it relates to what the citizens have placed a high priority on. And so my initial request certainly wanted to include and talked about the VB Trail because that is an important piece of this. Wanted to also include, as was mentioned, CTAC, because I do hear, ever since I've been on council, I have heard members from the CTAC community request focus and priority on their rec center. Yes, they have one. However, it doesn't meet the needs of the community and the residents. And certainly I know, as most of us, when we pay for services and we pay taxes for facilities, whatever we invest in, we want them to meet the needs that we actually pay for. And so that's really important to consider CTAC. And that's one of the reasons why I mentioned them. And also to look at some of the other rec centers who are in dire critical need of maintenance because roofs are leaking and so on and so forth. And so, and also looking at the entire needs of the city, also, as was mentioned with CTAC, focusing on District 7, previously known as Centerville. And so I was out at National Night Out last week, and then the first thing I was asked was about the recreational center for the district, because there's that need, and it's a great need. And I say great need because District 7 is one of the most populous districts. Around 110,000 is estimated, give or take, but it would be the third, as the study states, the third most used facility, taking pressure off of Kempsville. And also not only taking pressure off Kempsville Recreational Center, which is very populous as well as Bow Creek is also a populous district or populous area as well. But in terms of daycare, Kempsville provides a significant amount of daycare. And this city has a shortage of daycare. If you look around, most working parents are not working because they don't have access to the childcare that they need. The District 7 Rec Center could kind of address that issue and provide those childcare services. Some of the other areas that I wanted to focus on too and write down, I wrote some information down. In terms of the time frame, I did suggest this year, because we were looking at doing a referendum for another matter, and with all of the surveys that have been done, we have a lot of data that supports this referendum, a lot of data. And so I thought it would be prudent to take that data as we were preparing for a referendum anyway, and use the time to have the referendum done this year. However, from some feedback, I think possibly next year would be a good opportunity. And I would love an opportunity to talk with my colleagues, perhaps at the retreat, to see when would be the best time to do it. One of the other areas I would talk about is, I recall, not sure if anyone else does, and this is an important presentation for the new members who are here, but I recall hearing the District 7 or Centerville Recreation and Center is not approved, but it is an approved project. So what we're really looking at is just funding it. It needs to be funded. It's not an unauthorized project. And it was approved, an approved project when I came in to office and sat down and talked with the city manager at that time. And then funding was put into, there was a talk of the study, the funding was put in for the study, and then subsequent monies was put in for a later date. And so that is one of the most important things that I want to clear up and confirm, is that it is an approved project. It's not unauthorized, it's not proposed, it's approved. And the documentation that I have, I made a copy of it. When I first got in office, it says the status is approved, and I can pass this information along to you if you'd like to see that. So what we're really focusing on is the funding for an approved project. In terms of, I think I covered CTAC, I covered the timing. Looking at the population, I covered that. So my question then, because what I have heard around the table is to find out what the priorities are for the citizens. Even though we have studies that say what the priorities are, what they want, I guess starting that engagement, public engagement, will be important for us to understand what are those priorities before moving forward to a referendum. And I think that that would be something that would be feasible. And so that would be my, question or request. Can we move forward in terms of finding out, doing public engagement and finding out from citizens what is their priority in terms of what's been listed here that needs to be done, the maintenance, the VB trail, pickleball, those areas that are certainly growing, but we don't have enough facilities to address them, our undeveloped parks, and anything else that would be inclusive in this discussion or a referendum. We would need to, I think, move forward and do some political engagement or public engagement. And I say that because even in talking with some colleagues, I have heard folks say, well, has the public been engaged? What does the public say? And I think it would be beneficial to hear from the public. So those are pretty much my thoughts. I don't want to forget anything. Oh, just really to clarify, in doing a question for the referendum, just want to make sure, again, it would be 8 years, to consider, or for the bond, if approved, it would be 8 years extended time to issue the bond. And then you can extend it to 10 years.
Pretty much have up to 10 years to spend the money. Eight years, and you can get 2-year extension. So you give, and that's what happened in my previous agency as well. We passed a $250 million bond package in Charlotte in 2008. We got an extension and had 10 years to spend the money on. And that passed even with the recession hitting.
Okay, that's good to know. And so what I would say then in terms of, that information, just want to make sure that we know when that question is asked, that people do understand we're going to look at all the rec centers that need to be addressed, including CTAC. And so may have to really specify in that question and state to folks that we're going to start here with this rec center, but the other rec centers will be, that need maintenance, will be subsequently coming and be addressed. And so I'm sure there's a way that we can do that. That is, again, my request and ask that we get the public engagement done. Is anyone against doing public engagement to find out what those priorities are as it relates to what we have discussed?
Thank you, Michael, and then Rosemary.
I have a question based on the comments that Councilmember Wooten raised. I'd like to direct that question to the city manager and city attorney. You talk about an approved project. I know I haven't taken a vote for any such approval, participated in any vote. So could you help me understand what exactly that means in a legal sense and a policy sense?
I can explain that when I give my comments, because I was the councilman at the time. That'd be okay, Patrick? Or you want to answer directly right now?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I'll say my words, but the city attorney may want to clarify. Approved projects are, CIP projects are the projects that council approves in the first year of the CIP when they adopt the budget. So for example, if this is fiscal year 23-24 we're in. So the CIP items that were approved for fiscal year 23-24 are approved projects. Projects that are on the out years, like years 2 through 6 of the CIP, are programmed. They're not necessarily approved, but are planning purposes.
Well, I'm just having trouble understanding if the project is designated as approved. That means that it was in the CIP.
So currently, right now, the Centerville Rec Center is not in council's approved CIP.
Thank you.
Okay, Rosemary.
So getting back to our lawyer and being perfectly clear, and it's a yes or no question, but like we did with the bond referendum, when people went to vote, they knew what they were voting on. Every project that was going to get funding from that was listed. And also, it's really important that they know what the cost is. Not just it's going to be $250 million, but what is their cost? So they would have to know what the tax increase would be for them.
So the tax piece usually is not part of the question. However, if you recall, in 2021, the City Council adopted a separate resolution stating affirmatively that we're going to do a financial plan. That financial plan is going to require,
4.1
cents of real estate that we were going to dedicate it, that we were going to include in that financial plan the reinvestment as the bonds were retired and new bonds would come on. So that was something the City Council did over and above the question itself, which was helpful because then when we prepared the explanation, we were able to just include all of that in there because it was all approved by City Council. But the question itself is generally the purpose. So this would be Parks and Recreation revenue bonds. And then you could go on to specify the projects as you did in the flood protection program. The only sort of caveat with that is if you specify the projects, then you're limited to the projects, which is fine. Because I guess at the outset, the goal of the question is to get the question answered affirmatively or negatively, but to get it answered. And then you sort of are constrained by the question thereafter. So the City Council chose to list 21 projects. And so those are the 21 projects that were approved up to the dollar amount.
It's important in full disclosure when people go to vote, when they're voting yes or no, what it is they're voting for, and also the cost. So I think that whatever, if we move forward on this, they absolutely need to know that this is going to be tacked onto their real estate.
Just if I could add one thing on, you're exactly correct. And I would also say, because a bond package goes for up to 8 or 10 years, there are a number of, not everything starts in year one. In fact, few start in year one, then they start kicking in years 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The projects that are going to come on, not go out to construction and bid until years 4, 5, 6, 7, even 8, you got to factor in cost escalation, because what can happen a lot of time with bond projects is you allocated $1 million of your bonds to this project, but it's not going out to construction for 6 more years, and now the project is 1.5 or 2 million. And so not only do you need to make sure the public is aware of the cost, but also build into your bond package cost escalation for the projects.
Which is what we're saying with stormwater.
That's exactly right. We're seeing that with the stormwater projects.
Okay, anybody else? Sabrina?
So back to the point about the approval of this project. So I did kind of ask this question to legal, and I'll just kind of certainly I can ask for a summary so that, because before I make that statement, that's something that was already confirmed. So when I came into council, that project, or this project that I'm speaking of, was approved. Even as a new person coming in, I could say, well, I never voted on that CIP, I never voted, but it doesn't mean it wasn't approved. And so the information that I found for the CIP that stated this is an approved project, my understanding is, and is in writing, says the project was approved but unfunded. It's an unfunded project, but it is an approved project. And it was approved in FY21, FY22, FY23, but it's not included in this most recent CIP that we passed, which was approved in May. But it is an approved project, it's just unfunded. And so I just want to make sure, I clarify that going forward, because I did ask that question before I stated it, and make sure it was confirmed.
I think we need,
Yeah, go through the chairman.
Mayor, I think we need clarity on that, and we don't need to resolve it now, and I certainly don't want to go into a back and forth, but the information that manager stated is contradictory to the information the council member stated.
Clarity to it in a second.
Oh,
Okay.
Attorney Styles, I asked that question. Would you like to clarify what you told me about it?
The direct quote was, the project was an approved and unfunded project in the FY 21, 22, and 23 budgets, but was not included in the most recent CIP, which was approved by the City Council in May of this year. So it was approved. It was one of the plans, projects in the CIP for 3 consecutive years, but it was not in the most recent year.
Okay, Amelia? Did you?
No, I was just going to ask you just also clarify that, because we've had situations where we want certain things, the CIP done, and they were left out of the budget. We understand the reason why. So from the time where I've been on council before and now, I am aware that sometimes something may be stated and then later in that budget is not. So then it's not going to be funded. But I wanted to ask you to do with that budget, if you turn to this part.
Mm-hmm.
Because from a practical standpoint, as we said, we need much more conversation on this. And where you have 86 cents and so forth. So what you're saying, if we were to go for a bond referendum at 100 million, this is the
I'm going to have Kevin.
max part. We need to know.
We're going to have the expert speak to that directly. I know Parks and Recreation. Kevin knows budget.
Councilmember Ross Hammonds. Yes, ma'am. That's exactly what that slide's saying. So this is a high-level scenario, basically taking the information that we were able to work with Parks and Rec together, and this is some scenario basis. So what that would be is if you were to put $50 million issuance in a bubble and dedicate 0.86 cents of a real estate, so less than a penny, towards that and that purpose, it would support the equivalent of assumed $50 million a bond, the debt service on those bonds, as well as some operational costs associated with the items mentioned in the referendum. So this is just a scenario of giving a snapshot of what that visual could potentially look like. As Michael noted, there'd be a lot more conversation, a lot more details that would need to be refined and fine-tuned. So this is just a high-level snapshot of some scenarios intended to provide some level of context for the overall conversation so City Council could have a sense of that in their decision-making process.
Taxpayers,
Yes, ma'am.
it comes back to them.
Absolutely.
That's important that we realize that part, no matter what. Big conversation. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, if I can do a wrap on this right now, it's a very meaningful conversation, and I think it's one that will continue. For me, over the years, and having been the Centerville rep since 2004, it really came down to a matter of priorities and timing. The fact is, it took a couple of years of, coaxing, but we were able to get a commitment to get on the queue for a Centerville Rec Center. Ms. Henley, remember there was a forum at Atlantic Shores Church, and people saw that was there, and we got a pretty good indication that we were going to move forward. But then I was told that Williams Farm was about to be built, and Bow Creek and Kempsville revitalization had to be done. So we were in queue. As Michael mentioned, each one of these projects takes a number of years. But once again, we were kind of ready to go, and then Hurricane Matthew happened. And that's when the change of priorities came. And, myself being a home care physical therapist and being in Windsor Woods and Princess Anne Plaza and Lynn Haven Colony, it was difficult for me to ask for $32 million for a rec center, which was the cost at the time, and $1.5 million in operations. But, it was, on the radar for a while, but then we had to, suffer along with inflation and COVID and things of that nature. And my recommendation is that when we go forward with some of these facilities, to see if we can somehow make them joint use, very similar to what we had with, the library and TCC with their center. And, I've had a number of conversations with Regent University and CBN over the years about the possibility of a joint use where they would actually dedicate the property on Jake Sears, which is right off Centerville Turnpike, which over the next couple of years is going to be widened, which make it available to two of our neighborhoods in most need, Level Green and College Park. But in discussions with them, Region is about to get into the sports world and everything. So they say it might be a number of years over. But at least there's the possibility that if we go forward with some of these projects and use some innovation and share the cost. In other words, if we can get the land at a cost and, maybe even open up to, the people in the industry area and things like that, to make it a little bit more of an, less, profitable, employ, the students and that type of thing. That might be desirable. Unfortunately, once again, with the timing, and I think an essential part of the timing of bringing forward a referendum, we want to make sure that this has the ability to pass. And now that we're in a recession, now that we're in a economic decline, maybe on the verge of a recession, or the timing now may not be optimal, but that's not to say it may not be optimal. So what I suggest that concurrently while we're doing here, I think we could all perhaps agree that, trying to get it on this November's referendum would not be in anybody's best interest. But if we go ahead and start building the case, the public engagement that we're all looking, and get a truer sense of the priorities. And this way we have something sellable that we can bring to the public. And that would make the timing more optimal. It may not be November 24, who knows? But once again, let's at least get the scut work done. Let's get the details that we need that we legally would have to put into a referendum. But let's try to time it at a point where the public may be open, to, increase it. We do have a dedication for rec centers right now already into our mill rate, correct?
We do, that's correct.
What's that percentage, 1.5?
Kevin?
The dedication.
The dedication
mill
of the
rate,
rec centers?
to the rec
For the
centers.
mill.
Right, but we already had a dedication from the previous referendum. Okay, but I'm just saying, but once again, if we're gonna ask the public, let's make a convincing case.
Yep.
And make the timing right, and this way we could also take care of the priority question. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I just want to also, before I leave, I want to thank you, Tierney, Park and Rec Commissioner, for coming and supporting the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, should we push forward or take a break? Okay, council needs 5 minutes. 5 minutes. We're starting at 2:35. Yeah.
Mayor, members of council, it's a real pleasure to be here today to talk to you about cost participation on projects Beach and Door, a Fortune 10 company that we are working diligently with. Glad to be here to be able to talk a little bit about that today. Our disclosures are the same as they've been. If anybody has any questions on those, they are current. Our location here is in the Taylor Farms Business Park South, South Oceana Special Economic Growth Area. It is District 5. The acreage in total is 237 acres, assessed at $5.9 million, zoned I-1, get to that in a second. There are Navy restrictions and easements on 76 acres of that, 60 of which is on Project Door and 16 acres of beach. And again, you see there the noise levels that are in effect over in that area. So we're going to talk about two projects today. Project Beach, which is about 161 acres, and Project Door, which is about 76 acres. Project Beach represents a conservative estimate of $350 million in capital investment, 1,000 jobs, $17 an hour average wages. Project Door, $33 million, about 50 to 100 new full-time jobs, 500 to 1,000 new contract jobs at $20 an hour average wages. I think it's really important, though, to note that last little asterisk area there, that all employees as of day one receive a very robust benefits package. And so in addition to those hourly wages, each of the members of this workforce get a pretty robust benefit package day one. First, Project Door, we agreed to rezone this property from Ag 1 to I-1 in 21. This would be a 219,000 square foot last mile facility as proposed. The site plan is very close. It is still under review, but very close to being done. And some early site work has begun already on the site. Project Beach was approved as it relates to the rezoning from Ag 1 to I-1 in 2022. This is a 3.2 million gross square foot warehouse and distribution center, one of the largest construction projects I think we would ever see. The site plan is also very close to being finalized, but is still under review. And with the community engagement, the company has agreed to enhance landscaping buffers above the standard requirements, and these have all been added, as I'll show you in just a second. If everything goes as we hope, the groundbreaking would be anticipated to be in the fourth quarter of this year. And I'm also happy to say that I participated with the Panettone Development folks on their diversity goals for minority business participation, and they set a minimum of 15% minority business participation. So that was a great meeting, and I appreciate the Panettone Diversity Officer sharing that information with us. This is the current site plan, and as you can see there, let me get to my notes there. Dam Neck Road up at the top there. Then we have Twin Mills Road coming down that would intersect into London Bridge, along with Lava Beach Lane, which is the cul-de-sac area you see there. One of the things to note, if you would, the BMP structures that you see basically from the top there at Dam Neck and then running down Twin Mills to where the buffer that would be created between the residential neighborhood here and then further up to the left in the site there is additional BMPs. It's important to note that in addition to being able to handle Project Beach, there is a future development area that would also be capable of being supported by this stormwater management system that would be put into place. Circulation. Connector road between Dam Neck and London Bridge, basically located along the Southeastern Expressway alignment as evidenced in and identified in the Master Transportation Plan. When they were scoring this site, clearly it always is better to have two means of ingress and egress. But in this instance, the main truck traffic is designed to come in off Dam Neck and then access into the main buildings either through the very first ingress egress point that you see there just to the left, down Dam Neck, past Dam Neck, down Twin Mills, and then come back out and go back up and out through Dam Neck. So here we are with the infrastructure improvements that are being requested for our assistance. And you can see there they total $22,250,000. And that number came down, as you might recall, when we first started out substantially, as everybody worked diligently to improve those numbers and to get that down well under half of what was initially anticipated. I could read where they are going, but if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer those. But you can see that the main $20 million is for the Project Beach, the larger of the two projects proposed, and Project Door has $2,250,000 associated with us. Now, what do we get out of that from a fiscal impact? I do want to thank Kevin as well for assisting us in what is a high-level fiscal impact, and I'll caveat that in a second because this is just direct. So if the debt service on $22.5 million in bond is the equivalent of $2.1 million a year, the projected revenues from this project, based on what we just discussed, would be $2.7 million a year. It does have a net positive impact over the 20-year history and that we would propose to take a look at that bond lifespan. And we would want to ensure that we dedicate the real estate portion of this growth to the general fund so it would not negatively impact debt service payments. Any residual leftover monies, as we all know, would be split with or would be shared with the sharing formula with the Virginia Beach City Public Schools, and there will be. But it was important to also note that we don't have induced or indirect economic revenues calculated into this. So when you think about the thousands of jobs that are going to be going on out in this way and the services and the other things that they will be participating in, that number's not calculated in here because, quite honestly, we didn't give Kevin enough time to really kind of dig into that for us before today's presentation. Where are we? Today, we've got the public hearing, public briefing that we're doing right here now, and with the goal to have council action on the cost participation next week on the 15th. And then the schedule for the company, if we get everything done, is to move very quickly toward the closing, signing of the agreements, allocation of funds, the real estate closing, and the groundbreaking, all within Q4 of this particular calendar year. And where we are is for your consideration and for me to answer any questions you might have, is to participate in the infrastructure improvements in an amount not to exceed $22.5 million. And with that, I'll be glad to have any discussion.
Jen?
As part of the cost participation, are we including bikeways and pedestrian amenities per our complete street policy?
Yes. And I don't know whether, is that something, Kathy, that you can share a little bit additional specifications on? So.
Yes, so we are, to the extent possible, following our complete streets. We'll have a shared use path on one side and then a sidewalk on the other side for pedestrians and lighting.
Okay. Barbara?
Just some comments, essentially, because when we started with this was in my district, and so, but now it's in another district, but I still have a great deal of interest in it. And I did attend the meeting Friday night, and I thought that was very worthwhile to be there and hear the presentation to the neighborhoods and hear their concerns. And I know they're very much concerned about this road, but I think it's really important to look at the overall situation because this is being built in what was going to be the Southeastern Expressway. And that would have been a monumental project. And thankfully, I think this is one of those approved projects that will not get built because of times changing. And in reading back on some of the background on the Southeastern Expressway, it was actually during the years 2006 and 7 that it was getting the NEPA approvals and the approvals from the all the permits and so forth. And at that time, it was one of the highest priorities for the city. But since that time, we had a lot of things that changed, and somebody in the previous discussion talked about the Great Recession. And of course, all of our booming housing markets and so forth cooled and things changed. And so now this road is not going to be built as the project was first determined. And so, but during all of that time, when it was being considered, and we first started talking about it in the mid-'80s because this was something that was brought forward by Councilman and later Mayor Bob Jones. And because we were looking at this being such an important part of the transportation system, during those years, every time there was going to be a neighborhood built or some building done in what was going to be the right-of-way, the city acquired the right-of-way to protect it, so that we wouldn't end up, when we got ready to build this road, having to condemn a lot of property and tear down houses and so forth. So the city acquired right-of-way to keep it open. And now we own a lot of this right-of-way. Actually, it was just 2 years ago in July that we took this off of the plan to say that this will not be built as it had previously been determined. But we own a lot of this right-of-way. And that's what's causing this issue now. And just to bifurcate my thoughts here, not only do we need to look at this project and its impact on these neighbors, but we need to, I think, look at the overall question of what we're going to do with the Southeastern Expressway right-of-way that we own a lot of in segments, because this is going to come up over and over again. So that's something to put on the table for us to look at. But I think this particular project kind of shows us what we're going to be facing over and over again. I don't think we ever condemned any property for the right-of-way, but if it was going to be developed, we acquired it. And so these neighbors now are very much concerned about how this road is going to impact them. But this is going to be a two-lane road. It's going to be a two-lane connector road, far, far different from what the Southeastern Expressway would have been had it been built. But of course they are concerned because right now it's just open area and there is going to be a road. Plus in this area also, the energy project is going to be taking part of the right-of-way.
Yes, ma'am.
And so these neighbors, I think, are concerned, and rightfully so. But from what I was hearing at the presentation the other night, there are going to be a number of things that are done to protect the neighbors that are going to be most impacted. And I want to know where that is in this agreement so that we do know what the landscaping is. I can see the little dots, I guess, that's landscaping along here and so forth, but is it going to be spelled out how much the distance is going to be from the neighborhoods and just what is going to be done? And I know their great concern was having a lot of trucks coming through here, and I think there was some discussion about they're going to sign it such that the trucks are told to go in the other direction, and this is going to be access for the trucks mainly from Dam Neck Road, not from London Bridge. but it's still to be used in an emergency. So how are we going to assure that that's going to be what happens? Where is it in the agreement, or what are we approving when we're approving this project that's going to assure these neighbors what they were told is going to happen?
Hey, Rosemary, before you get to chocolate, Rosemary.
Sure.
So I've been working with Chuck and Bill and Alex about the truck issue on that road. And Barbara is absolutely right. First of all, I thought it was a very cordial meeting.
It was.
Way more cordial than the one on the rezoning over a year ago. That was, and people were concerned, but they were polite, and everybody, all their concerns were considered. And so they don't want all, and I can understand this. I mean, think about if this was your house, all those trucks coming on this little road behind your house. And there's two neighborhoods. There's Mayberry and there's Prince George Estates. And these trucks are gonna go on a road in between those two neighborhoods. I don't think, and these are big trucks. These are not the little vans that go around the city. And I don't think anybody here would want those big trucks going behind your house all the time. When you've had a peaceful, when you bought it, it was very peaceful. So they're going to put all kinds of signage, no trucks to go that way. But also in the traffic engineering report, the trucks are supposed to go out Dam Neck Road. And so I've been told that by our attorney, Alex, that they're going to work on getting that verbiage
Yes,
into the
ma'am.
development agreement, that the trucks are to go in and out of Dam Neck. And that was one of the major concerns. Now, the neighbors have asked, and I don't know if this is going to happen or not, traffic engineering is looking at it, about putting a stoplight on London Bridge. Because there'll still be some traffic coming in and out there. Mostly it'll be employees coming in and out. But it's a busy road, but it's also got a curve that's dangerous. And I know, because I went over there and visited with these people. Coming out of there, it's you got to be really careful because there's this big curve. So with the increased traffic, so they're looking at the possibility of another traffic light on that end.
Yes, ma'am.
And then this is really good news for some of the people. Down at the end of Mayberry, there wasn't anything that was going to block the lights and the light pollution coming from these vehicles. And I went and met with people there, and then I talked to Dave France and Bill Hudgens yesterday. Right. And they really helped work with me. So at first, I think it was considered to put fencing in there, but when I talked to the folks, they really, and this was an idea I came, let's put shrubbery and landscape buffer, and they really liked that idea. And so Dave France, who's with Kimley Horn, has got it. It's going to be in the Dominion easement, but as we know, easements, I mean, they still belong to us unless you don't want anything permanent there, but a bush is not permanent. So they can do a whole, at least for like 7 of the houses, it's going to, and Barbara, you remember the people up in the corner, they were really concerned about that. So everybody's been really wonderful. They said they had a great landscaping budget, and they thought that they could work that out. So those are the things that I've heard, and I think we're working on them. Tonight, we may hear some other things new that we need to look at. Okay. But I think we've come a long way on this project. And this 2-lane road sure is a whole lot better than Southeastern Parkway. And Barbara, I remember when people were buying properties, they had to, it was kind of like the AQ's agreement people had to sign, that they knew what the sound attenuation was. If they were buying it on the Southeastern Parkway, they had to sign that they knew that this road was coming through. I don't know if these folks did or not, but
I don't know either, but I know that it was, and this isn't the only place that this will be occurring. There are other places that, of course, the Dominion Energy thing has brought it to a lot of people's attention, that they're next to this, what originally was going to be a very major, well, it was going to be like like Interstate 64 coming south.
So
It
people.
was going to be enormous, and there
People
were,
had to sign off on that, and like I said, I don't know if they did or not, but at one time, when people were buying property abutting to this, they had to sign it. But they've been really great to work with, and I really appreciate that.
Vice Mayor, I'd like to echo that. I do think the Panettone team and Dave France really answered a lot of good questions that did come up during that community engagement meeting. And to the point that both points, Councilwoman Legal is working on language to that effect, and I know that LJ's been looking at the issue of the signal down there potentially at London Bridge, whether or not the traffic at the moment is capable of supporting that or not, but it is something that that LJ has taken a close look at as well.
We have to look at not the traffic at the moment, but what the traffic
Right.
is going to be.
LJ, I don't know whether you want to come.
well, if I could just.
Okay.
A couple of more things. The fact, of course, is that this property, the industrial development, is in the ACUs. Would not have allowed housing if this had occurred after the BRAC. And so that's why, they really have no choice for this property but to be industrial. And I think being able to make this accommodation with the neighbors is really important. But I would also say, I think this is the first time we've ever done a dedication of real estate tax for a bond project. I mean, but anyway, I think it's a good idea because this project will be generating the real estate tax that is going to cover the cost of this infrastructure improvement. But how is that being done? Is that, it's not a TIF, it's not an SSD, what is it?
Councilman Brantley, Kevin will probably come and speak to it, but basically just similar how council reserves the right to dedicate portions of the taxes. This is gonna be done as a dedication specifically for covering the debt service for that project. Is that accurate?
Well, it's a dedicated funding source, but of course, the real estate tax here will not go to the school formula, but it does say the other taxes will. So how are we doing this?
That's exactly correct. So the idea is that by making a dedication, you pull it out of the revenue sharing formula such that 100% of the real estate is there for servicing debt. So it would be an internal segregation of the funds so that we would have a means to pay the debt when we go to authorize and issue it.
Have we ever done this before?
So we do this with the other dedications, such as the tips of dedication, right? So
Hasn't come up with the school formula is what I'm thinking about, though. We're not going to run into any problems with the schools that we're taking away some of their money.
This is new funding that wasn't necessarily realized by the schools, right? So this is the growth of the property tax revenue. And also remember, Councilmember Henley and the rest of the council and mayor, there's a $600,000 plus up just in the first year, not taking any growth in the tax revenue in the subsequent years. That's going to be new money that's going to go to the school funding formula as well, right? So this is unrealized new money that wasn't there previously.
I think it's something we need to tread lightly on. But anyway, thank you.
Okay, Chris and then Josh, and see if we can bring this to
Thank you,
closure.
Mayor Dyer. Thank you, Joe. I'm kind of from a different angle. I think economic development's important. I'm pro-business. You guys worked hard on this many years, I take it. But we just had a real estate housing study. And I know small business owners right now in our city are struggling to find people between that $15 and $17 an hour. And I'm doing the calculation. It's about $2,720 a month, $35,000 a year. So my first question is the applicant, have they asked us where these people are going to live? Because my wife and I toured two open houses last week, and right around the corner, and one house was $800,000 and the other was $950,000. So the housing is important when you're talking about 1,000 people being housed. And then more important for me is our council, we have the issue in front of us of economic development versus infrastructure investment and maintenance. And when I look at this past budget and I look at reconciliation, we cut Phase 4 Shore Drive. I believe that was $8.2 million previously appropriated funds, and then we defunded the out years, $6 million, so it's total $17.5 million. And although it's not an economic development project, these individuals in that corridor have been waiting 20 years. And so You know, if I'm looking at a total of $30 million for the unfunded amount with some inflation of 30 million, you know, what is the priority for infrastructure investment and maintenance? And what's the balance between all these economic development opportunities? Because again, as a small business owner, I'm looking at a plate that's full and the buffet's hot. So how do we balance and explain to constituents that we cut items that impact their everyday life, and then we move forward with economic development opportunities? So it's not a knock on this project, but I'm just trying to reconcile that issue.
Understand completely. And again, I think in dealing with the Fortune 10 company wanting to come in and invest $383 million and the money is there to repay that debt pretty quickly. Plus, to your first point, one of the things that the company did when they were looking at Virginia Beach is understand that the demographic, that there was a need for positions like this, and that there was an amount of workforce that they felt like they could attract to this facility. And that was a plus up in their scoring system. And so do we have to do a lot of work when it relates to how do we fill all these jobs, and also give them proximate locations from which to get to work and from? I think it's a very good debate that's going on in the city, and I think it's one that's going to continue to be addressed. But it is important that these folks have the ability to get in and out of there and live nearby in affordable housing, and I think it's the debate that is certainly ongoing here.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Josh?
I'm going to yield my time in a second.
Okay, anybody else? You know, I think, you know, the discussion, you know, about this and, you know, what Chris Taylor just brought up is certainly worthy of talking about, and we will continue to do that and find the balance. But once again, you know, this, you know, puts us in a new light when we have a significant company wanting to come here. It illustrates the desirability of our city and, you know, who we are as Virginia Beach. And, but once again, we will be confronting the problems as they come, but this is certainly an opportunity. Thank you, Chuck.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everybody.
Okay. Hello.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, Mr. Duhaney, Mr. Stiles. I'm here today to brief you on a new opportunity to host a fall music festival in Virginia Beach. Thank you very much for your time. I will definitely be quick, as I tend to be here at City Council. Odyssey, Virginia approached the city to host the Vagabond Virginia Beach Festival. Odyssey is a leading multi-platform audio content and entertainment company with a diverse makeup of local music, news, sports brands, a premium podcast creator, and major event producer. They are also home to 12 local stations with well over 1 million people every week tuning in Hampton Roads. You may be familiar with Odyssey already, as they were the promoter of the East Coast Surf Oceanfront concert event in 2022, featuring Third Eye Blind, The Offspring, Ava Max, and Young Gravy. So this slide provides a high-level concept overview of the new Vagabond Beach Festival. The proposed dates are October 21 and 22. The proposed location is 31st Street Beach area with the stage facing south. Odyssey estimates about 12,000 in attendance daily. And when the official lineup is announced, we anticipate it to be in the pop rock genre, and Odyssey is already in contact with many prospective artists. The partnership includes terms of $750,000 investment from the Tourism Investment Program Fund. Odyssey will be supporting the Vagabond Beach Festival with a $1.5 million marketing and promotion campaign, with the emphasis locally throughout the Commonwealth and in the Mid-Atlantic in markets such as Washington, D.C., Maryland, Philadelphia, North and South Carolina. In addition to the $1.5 million event-specific promotional spend, Odyssey will also be providing the City of Virginia Beach with a $750,000 media bank used to promote Virginia Beach as a vacation destination and in support of our ongoing multi-platform leisure advertising campaign. The $750,000 campaign will run on mutually agreed upon stations nationally that coincide with our current target markets. CVB, under the direction of our Director of Marketing, John Mayer, will develop that plan with our advertising agency, the Miles Partnership, and we'll share that plan with the Advertising Advisory Committee upon completion. If approved, Odyssey would still have to complete the special event permit process and follow all the protocols necessary to execute an event at the oceanfront. Before I wrap, I'd like to thank Lisa Blakely, Resort Administrator, and Bill Kelly, Deputy Resort Administrator, for their tireless efforts in coordinating resort programming. And I'd also like to thank Bennett Zier and the team from Odyssey, Virginia, who's here today, should you have any additional questions. And with that, I will turn it over to you with any questions I can answer.
Okay, any questions? Worth?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Hellman, for presentation and the opportunity. So this is a $750,000 investment into just cash to the promoter.
Yeah, so the investment is definitely cash into the promoter, but it also gives us a bank of $750,000 in a media spend to support our leisure advertising campaign.
So is there any models or a way to forecast what any return on that investment would be?
So we would include that at council's direction and complete an economic impact study necessary after the event to see how that event performed. And Odyssey will be required as part of their, similar to what happened in 2022, to provide the appropriate data showing how many tickets were sold, where the people came from, so we could analyze that information.
Okay. Chris, and then Michael, and then Barbara. Okay.
Thanks, Ms. Nancy.
Hi.
So 750,000 cash, and then, Mr. Manager, aren't we waiting for a large kind of economic study on the previous festivals towards the end of this year?
Yes, I think we're waiting on information from the last two, Beach It, and also we're waiting on some information for Something in the Water as well to close out the economic impact study on all the festivals for this season that we hope to bring to council in September-ish timeframe.
Ms. Nancy, is this time sensitive? What's kind of the timeline?
Yeah, so this is really time sensitive since the event's going to be in October. Time is of the essence, and in fact, when I spoke to Bennett earlier today, he really emphasized that time is of the essence because we need to lock in the artists that are going to perform. It's a really good time of year to bring an event to the resort area to help bolster our economic return on investment to Mr. Remick's point.
And then last question, just in our brief history of doing these large festivals, outside of Something in the Waters, I think it was $2 million. Have we done any $750,000 direct?
So last year we did do a $750,000 direct spend with Odyssey to host this event for the East Coast Surfing Championship, the Oceanfront Concert Series. However, this is just a little bit different. This is really an investment into the event, to the new festival, but the return is that we get this spend that helps to bolster our leisure media spend that we are really getting ready to unveil in October anyway, so the timing's pretty perfect. And it gives us another avenue to promote Virginia Beach as a tourism destination, especially during the time of year when people are starting their vacation dreaming about where they're going to book their spring and summer trips.
Thank you.
Okay, Michael, and then Barbara.
Thank you, Nancy, and thank you to, or pardon me, Ms. Hellman, let me more appropriately, and also to the team from Odyssey and all the city staff who worked on this. I just want to take a moment just to build on what Mr. Taylor said, to highlight the differences between the arrangement that was created last year, as far as I understand them, and the proposal for this year, because I think the Virginia Beach community comes out ahead this year.
Yes.
And I'm grateful for your negotiation in that regard. For the same level of investment, Virginia Beach gets another event in October on the beach, which is a continuation of what appears to me to be a strategy to activate the oceanfront in ways that go beyond traditional recreational enjoyment of the beach, which we all love too. Concerts, events that are accessible to Virginia Beach residents, particularly in the fall, great, right? Who would, I mean, we love the amphitheater, but it's also really nice to see a concert on the beach. And it's a unique experience that we can celebrate and highlight. So you get the concert, which we got last year. but we also get $750,000 in marketing support for city priorities. It could be the amenities, it could be the resort-focused amenities or CVB-focused amenities, but could also be other messaging the city prioritizes that we need to communicate with residents. It could be all kinds of different things. And what I think is interesting here too, having Odyssey as a partner provides access to markets that we don't reach or that we could bolster our reach. So $1.5 million in marketing and promotional campaign to support the event locally, statewide, regionally. And that's really good because that's also a continuation of investment that your office is already making to attract. It's just another opportunity for people to hear Virginia Beach. So it's a concert, it's the media bank, it's the additional marketing support of the event, which just like other festivals is a part of our branding experience. So it helps to position Virginia Beach on the top of the mind, tip of the tongue, as a place that people are familiar with and hopefully feel comfortable coming. So I think it's quite a substantial improvement from the relationship that was contemplated last year, and I hope the council will take it very seriously and provide them the resources and support that we need to move forward and continue to support this relationship and event.
Thank you.
Barbara.
I have some overall questions, I guess, about the events. It seems that we have a lot of them now. And one that occurred a couple of weeks ago, we got some pretty adverse comments about. And I worry about our branding because we've spent years branding Virginia Beach as a family beach. And what I was hearing about that event was anything but a family event and certainly not something that other people had come to Virginia Beach to enjoy the oceanfront. How are we protecting our overall branding and our tourists who are coming to enjoy the beach when we have all of the events that seem to be taking up all of the time? I mean, how do we keep them so that they are not imposing on other people? You don't have to answer me today. But another thing, I think last year or this year, we stopped charging for the city services that we provide. But when we're having all of these events, I really start, the whole security issue is pretty heavy. So, because you know how it is, it doesn't take much, and we've got a really bad reputation. It's something that went wrong. So how much is it actually costing the city to provide the services that we have to provide for each of these events now that we're not charging them for it? So that's something we're just giving everybody. I would just like an overall accounting of what are the events we have been having, or use this year as an example.
Yes.
And they all have a different funding mechanism. I mean, something in the water, they got their but-for taxes just from their footprint. Well, this is just coming from the tip fund. Others, we've just written a check from the general fund. We don't seem to have a standard procedure for dealing with events. And some of them have gotten out of hand, and some of them have been very good, and some of them have been with our brand, and some of them have done everything but honor our brand. And I think I want to see the overall of what we're doing with events now. And if we could spend some time at one point, just a rundown on what we're getting and how we're doing it, because I'm confused. And I really wonder where our tip fund is standing now. We've been handing money out from the tip fund like it was water. So I hope we're really good with it. So I'd like to see an overall accounting of where we are with the tip fund now. I know that we've got some of the things that, the major projects that are being paid off, and maybe that gives us a little bit of extra money, but we need to watch out or we're not going to have it there. So I would like an overall accounting of these events, and I'd like for us to spend some time at some point on just where we are with these. And every now and then an event comes away from the oceanfront, like the one we had at Pungo a couple of weeks ago, which should not have been there. I think we really need to know where we're going to allow events and who's in charge. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. And then,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Nancy, for briefing us. And My sentiments are very similar, if not the same, as Councilman Berlucci's on this topic. I think it's great to draw people to the beach, especially in a shoulder season, for a really unique experience to have a beach festival and concert. My only question is as to mechanics. Is it tip money or is it tap money?
Tip.
It's tip money? Okay. And I feel bad, but I just have to say this out loud, especially since we're talking about city branding issues. I just looked up the definition of the word vagabond, and I see where we're headed there, edgy and certainly unique, and plays on our city's kind of acronym. But I wanted to throw that out there as maybe not necessarily something that we want to put out there and encourage vagabonds to attend our beach
Thank you
festival. So,
very
yeah.
much. I'll bring that back to the Odyssey team and let them
Sorry, guys.
take a look at that.
Okay, Chris, and then Amelia.
I think the play on words was paramount. Yes.
This is council to council and these comments. The tourist experience, when you look at, I guess, the shoulder seasons and our strategy to build in events, when you look at the April timeframe, something in the water. So you got April, May, June, and then you look at that back shoulder, August, September, October, pretty similar. I'd love to understand how we're engaging with the hotel association, because a lot of the feedback that I received was that individuals that wanted to come enjoy our beach in April, when they normally pay $175 or $200 a night, were forced to pay that $600, $700, $800 for something in the water in April. And I want to know, hopefully, from the hotel association community. Then we had Beach It in June, and the rates were significantly lower, and we're actually in season. And that impacts who can come and experience our beach. And so if you're looking at October, you have a lot of local families that would go down to the ocean front and maybe spend $149. What does that strategy look like? Because that is not enhancing our brand for locals. And that's a big piece. The disparity between, something in the water, $800 Holiday Inn, to Beach It, you can stay anywhere, to now October. I know our tourist community, our business community, our RAC stakeholders, our resort advisory commission, that they're very engaged, but that is something I've heard. It's not a good experience when you come here and you have a budget, like many families do, and that budget is shot out because now you're spending the majority of your money on lodging and you can't afford to go to a restaurant. So I hope that's part of the conversation.
Yes. Thank you very much. Actually, first stop is briefing city council, and then we'll take it to the associations that will help us navigate that.
Mr. Mayor, just want to clarify that most of the questions that was asked about what the city's contribution is, what the city's spend is, will be addressed by the economic impact study. And I think that'll be a good opportunity for council then to weigh out and decide if it's something that they want us to continue to do. I think we got to find the right balance. And obviously, I think we're saying it's off kilter a little bit, but we got to remember the genesis of where this came from, right? It was the year of 2022 coming out of COVID, and we lost a bunch of festivals, and then hoteliers were struggling, and then council at the time, after listening to the stakeholders, asked us to activate the beach more, right? The first year was a pilot. This year is still a continuation of that pilot. And now we may be in a place where we have a better bargaining position with some of these national promoters to be able to ask for things to make it a little bit more balanced. But it's still a give and take a little bit. So council will get the information, and council's going to have to make the decision, do they want us to continue in this space or not?
Yeah, I think this is something that, we could obviously talk about during the retreat. Okay, at this point, if I could just say that, I think this is a remarkable opportunity. And, and courtesy to address Ms. Henley, she is right that we did have an event recently that went askew, but from what I understand, it was some food trucks that, came that weren't expected and stuff, but this is the type of mechanism that can be fixed, I'm sure.
Correct.
But when you look at the one-time events that we had this year, when you look at the Beach It, when you look at Jackalope, that was highly successful. We had a rodeo that was highly successful. What we're doing is bringing people to the beach. Now, Worth, I hope you jump in. We had a meeting with the Hotel Association. And they seem to be encouraged by, when you bring these things in, especially in the shoulder season. And I think a lot of our ultimate strategic plan is to make the beach a year-round venue.
Correct.
And that this is certainly happening. So, but once again, I think Odyssey it's not a first time for them. They're a proven commodity, given how they had a successful event at the East Coast Surfing Championships. And, but once again, they are respected, they are known, but they have a national input that we get the word out about Virginia Beach. Worth, did you want to comment on what I said?
Sure, I'm just taking what everyone's saying into account here, especially what the city manager just said, and that is we will, at the end of the season, take into account all of these festivals to reactivate the beach, as was done, in my opinion, very well this year. Yes, we've made probably some errors or some things happen, we're not perfect, but as for the $750,000 investment, we're getting a lot back in advertising. We're activating the weekend in October, and I think for every $750,000 in, you'll get certainly a return on that. And I look forward to that report, but I look forward to the report on all of it. The hoteliers are a little down this year, and that's, I think, nationwide, but I think we'll be fine. They'll be fine.
Okay, Amelia?
I was just going to say, yeah, this sounds good. I like that they're coming from a win-win, bringing something to the table instead of just waiting for a handout. And then I just wanted to know, because like Councilman Schulman mentioned to Councilman Belushi about the name in the vagabond. But what's that population? Is it a mixture, intergenerational, Western? What's that population?
Of who will be attending about the 12,000 participants. I think once the lineup is announced, I think that the demographic will speak to the lineup in the pop rock genre. So unless our friends at Odyssey have a demographic they're ready to announce today, as soon as we have the lineup, I think that'll better address the age group that will be attending.
Our radio stations are basically adult radio stations, family radio stations. So you are correct in the pop rock genre. But if all of a sudden there is a group that is touring and we're able to time it out well, but it will not be acts that are not favorable to families and adults.
Okay, Nancy, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Mr. Dehaney.
All right, Mr. Mayor, members of council. At this time, our planning department will come and give you a pending planning items briefing for your upcoming council meetings.
Okay, let's get going, folks.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of council. I'm here this afternoon to provide a quick overview of the items scheduled at your August 15th City Council hearing. There are a total of 10 items scheduled for the 15th. There are some conditional use permits, modifications, and a street closure request. Item 1 is a request for a conditional use permit for a communication tower to be located on a portion of an R20 zoned parcel at the northeast corner of the intersection of London Bridge Road and Harpers Road. The tower is proposed on a vacant 47-acre parcel located in the greater than 75 decibel noise zone. The tower and associated equipment will be located in the southwest corner of the parcel and accessed by an unnamed right-of-way off of Harpers Road. The tower will be set back 182 feet from the nearest property line and 470 feet from the nearest residential dwelling. The monopole tower will be 150 feet tall with a 2-foot lightning rod for an overall height of 152 feet. The applicant was diligent in engaging with the adjacent property owners, mailing notifications to all owners within a half a mile of the tower, inviting them to a virtual community meeting, and created a website to inform the public of the proposal. According to the applicant, a total of 5 people attended the online meeting and over 100 visitors viewed the webpage. Staff has received 2 letters of support from community members who did note poor cell reception in this area. Both staff and the Planning Commission are recommending approval of the application as presented. The next 2 items include a modification of proffers and a modification of conditions associated with a 2015 conditional rezoning and conditional use permit for motor vehicle sales and service for property located at 5200 Virginia Beach Boulevard. The applicant is proposing to revise the conceptual site plan, landscape plan, and building elevations associated with the 2015 approval. The proposed modifications include an increase in building size from 22,000 square feet to just over 33,000 square feet, the addition of a second curb cut along Nelms Lane, the addition of an 1,100 square foot canopy at the rear of the building, and removing the requirement to install a 6-foot tall privacy fence adjacent to the residential properties to the north and east of the site. And this is due to the fact that all of the residential properties in that area have existing privacy fences installed. Significant landscaping is still proposed adjacent to the residential properties within the 15-foot landscape buffer, and staff has also added a condition that should any of that fencing be removed in the future, the applicant would be required to go back and install a 6-foot tall privacy fence. So this just shows you the proposed elevations here. I will note that the building is already under construction, just kind of coming out of the ground right now. The maximum height is just over 25 feet, and they are also proposing a 12-foot tall monument sign along Virginia Beach Boulevard. Staff has not received any opposition to the request, and the Planning Commission did vote in favor of the application at their July hearing.
Barbara?
I haven't seen anything other than this, so I'm sure it's probably answered somewhere. But why are we removing the condition requiring a 6-foot tall privacy fence?
All of the residential properties in that area have existing privacy fences installed, so staff was okay with removing the fencing requirement, but have added a condition that should that fencing be removed in the future, the applicant would have to come back and install a 6-foot tall privacy fence at that point.
So there is provision then?
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, Michael. I have a question, and maybe it could be easily answered, but they're increasing the building footprint from 22,000 to roughly 33,000 square feet. And they will need this modification of, in order to accommodate that expansion.
Correct.
But you also said that they're already under construction.
They are. They have kind of one exterior wall. They've pretty much started site work, and they have one exterior wall, blocks going up on that, but not to the point that they can't adjust the footprint.
Okay. Is that normal?
No, I wouldn't say it's normal. They have an approved plan, but they're not so far along that it would prohibit them from making the change or moving forward with it.
I'm just curious if that was that a discussion that occurred as part of the site plan review or planning process, that they let you know they were going to begin construction before receiving approval?
So they already had an approved site plan for the 2015 approval, and then decided to come back and expand. And I can get you more information into why specifically they chose to increase the footprint.
I don't think that I need to see that, but I do have concerns with an applicant going ahead under the assumption that the council will make an approval, and I understand possibly they could modify based on the outcome of the hearing, but I guess I would be curious what the justification for that was. And
Patrick? Councilmember Lucia, I think what we're trying to articulate is that they already had an approved site plan, and they're building in concert with that approved site plan. They're seeking to change it now. So I think what we're saying is that they can't build it to what council would be approving it for unless council actually approves it, what they're building in concert with their approved site plan already.
Correct. So if this is approved, they'll have to then come back and do a field change for that site plan to reflect this updated plan.
Thank you.
Okay, item 4 is a change in nonconformity request to modify the principal dwelling on property located at the corner of 43rd Street and Atlantic Avenue. More specifically, the applicant plans to renovate the principal dwelling on the parcel, which will affect the overall footprint of the building. The parcel, known as 4207 Atlantic Avenue, has frontage on 43rd Street and is considered a contributing resource in the Cavalier Shores National Register District. The renovation will include the removal of an existing pergola and utility chimney, addition of dormers on the upper floor, relocation of the entrance from the west to the north elevation, alteration to the rear addition, and reconfiguration of window and door openings. There are no changes proposed to the secondary dwelling on the site. As is common within the Cavalier Shores neighborhood, the subject property does have deficient front, side, and rear yard setbacks, and does slightly exceed the maximum lot coverage within the R7.5 zoning district, and the parcel contains 2 dwellings where typically only 1 would be permitted. Due to that, staff is recommending conditions to legalize those deficiencies. I will note that the proposed changes do not increase those deficiencies, with the exception of a 0.01 increase in maximum lot coverage. The existing brick exterior will be retained on the north and west elevations, while shingle siding will be added to the south and east elevations. The building will retain its existing height and be repainted with similar colors. There is no known opposition to the proposal, and staff has received 1 letter of support from the North Virginia Beach Civic League Zoning Review Committee. Both staff and the Planning Commission are recommending approval of the request. Item 5 is a conditional use permit request for assembly use within an existing suite at 4020 Bonnie Road. More specifically, the applicant is proposing to operate an alcohol and tobacco-free event venue within an existing 1,100 square foot unit to host events such as business lunches, baby showers, and birthday parties. The applicant anticipates a maximum of 40 guests per event. However, that final occupancy will be set by the fire marshal's office. Only prepackaged or pre-prepared foods will be served on site, as no kitchen is proposed. Staff has conditioned that no outdoor events or outdoor amplified music be permitted. Staff has not received any opposition, and the Planning Commission was supportive of the request. Item 6 is a CUP for a tattoo parlor within an existing salon located at 4224 Virginia Beach Boulevard within the Wayside Village Shops. The applicant intends to add permanent makeup to the list of services offered at the existing salon. The service will be offered by appointment only from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday and 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. on Sundays. There is sufficient parking on site and no exterior changes to the building or signage is proposed. Staff has not received any opposition, and the Planning Commission was supportive of the request. Item 7 is a street closure request by the City of Virginia Beach for a portion of New York Avenue, and this is associated with the flood protection program. The applicant is proposing to close an approximately 20,000 square foot portion of New York Avenue between South First Colonial Road and Oceana Boulevard. All parcels immediately adjacent to the right-of-way are currently owned by the city, as are the majority of the parcels within this block, with the exception of 2 single-family dwellings to the south. As a part of this project, all interior property lines will be vacated and consolidated into a single parcel to allow for the creation of a constructed wetland, again, as part of the flood protection program. A 10-foot wide landscape buffer will be provided along those 2 residential parcels that I mentioned earlier. Staff has not received any opposition to the request, and again, the Planning Commission voted unanimously in favor of the application. Item 8 is a CUP request for a short-term rental at 402 22nd Street. This request is for an existing 3-bedroom, single-family dwelling. The unit has not been previously occupied as a short-term rental, and there are no known violations for the unit. The required 3 parking spaces are provided on site. Staff did receive a letter of opposition from an adjacent neighbor with concerns regarding the overall number of STRs within the neighborhood. You can kind of see that at the top of the screen there. The Planning Commission did vote unanimously in favor of the request at their July hearing. And these last 2 items are ones you have seen several times now. The first is a CUP request for a short-term rental at 505 20th and a half Street that was deferred at the July 18th hearing to allow the applicant time to secure a one more off-site parking space. As a reminder, this is for a 3-bedroom condominium unit that has not been previously used as an STR, nor are there any known violations associated with the unit. The applicant can provide 2 parking spaces on site, but is still looking to secure a lease for a 3rd off-site space. The applicant has continued to work diligently since your July 18th meeting and is in active discussions with several nearby locations on a potential to lease a space. Since those discussions are ongoing, they have requested deferral to the September 19th in order to finalize that agreement. 2 neighbors have written letters of opposition against this request and spoke out at the Planning Commission, noting concerns with the number of STRs in the area as well as parking concerns. The Planning Commission did vote unanimously in favor of the application at their May hearing. And then the last item, item 10, Another STR request, again, deferred from the July 18th hearing to secure that third off-site parking space. This applicant, again, is requesting deferral to September 19th in order to finalize that parking arrangement. And that wraps up the briefing. I'll answer any questions.
Okay, I think we're good. Thank you very much for your great work. Really appreciate it. Okay, at this point, city council liaison reports. Anybody? Okay, Barbara?
Well, it wasn't really a issue for the Ag Advisory Commission, but the agricultural community had a great event this past week with the state's Ag Expo in Blackwater at the Horsley property. It was extremely well attended. We arranged to have perfect weather, and that came off. And we really just thank the Horsleys and the Ag Expo people for bringing all of the attention to agriculture in the beach.
Okay, anybody else? Amelia and then Chris.
Okay, and I'll bring Jennifer in on this. We are liaisons for the Something in the Water and MET. And can you explain a little bit further?
Yeah, so Dr. Ross Hammond and I just wanted to get an update on how things went and to provide feedback to staff from some of the things that we've been hearing from various stakeholders, from media, so from participants or residents who booked hotel rooms and were bought it at one rate and were charged something different once the festival got closer, and those concerns from restaurants who felt locked out of the experience. We were able to have an opportunity to sit down and provide feedback, and we're looking forward to the report once it comes out so we can get a sense of the successes, also the challenges, and potentially what it looks like for the city moving forward. So with dates and with all of that, there's a lot of conversation to be had, but we were able to provide some feedback, and we look forward to hearing what the staff has as they wrap up the reporting.
And they were great active listeners. So what we had, we even brought up the re-entry for many who could not go back into, and then some prices like turkey legs, $40.
$40.
And so forth. Some people, but people brought up, those, but they listened and it says they're going to work on, addressing those areas. And for the hoteliers, because of their re-entry, some people, they were not able to go out to go and, they had something on the menu. Some people could not go out there to get that because they had to stay in. So these are things, our group really listened, they wrote down a lot of the little complaints and said that we'll be addressing it. So
And
thank
the
you.
distance between the two stages, the
Yes.
boardwalk was totally fenced in and everything. Great. But once again, let's have the debriefing and let's, take a bad situation, make it good.
And then I have something else, even though I'm not the chair.
Ooh.
I know, my first gavel.
Welcome to the Gavel Club.
Very nice, congratulations.
This was from the Hampton Roads Transit. As we now get the new person in from Newport News, they presented me to this, saying you were the first African-American woman to chair, and they thanked me for my service.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Yeah, that-
Chris?
Yes, for the MEDIC, Military Economic Development Advisory Commission, just as it relates Fenton Priest, I communicated to the chair to try to keep us in the loop with Fort Story and some of the events going on. And so yesterday, it's not a popular national day, but it was National Lighthouse Day. And as you know, we have the first public works project ever for our country in the Cape Henry Lighthouse. So I took the family out yesterday because I had some headway from the base that this was something that was going on, and it was the only day in the year where you're able to climb the new tower, which was new, but in 1891 it was completed, 191 steps, and we went up and came down. So it's just a unique experience, and that's kind of what I see the importance of our boards and commissions. It does give the community an opportunity to try new things, and I'm a lifelong resident. I'd never climbed the new tower, and it was well worth it. So.
Kind of cool. Good stuff. Okay, Josh?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Councilmember Taylor, I want to congratulate you for getting your kids to go up all 180 some odd steps. Because I
slept well that night.
I can't even imagine. And on behalf of both of us, I just want to share a quick shout out from a Bayfront Advisory Commission meeting that we had recently. We invited a Norfolk Academy student, her name was Amanda Wong, to come to the Bayfront Advisory Commission and speak about and let us hear her Crossroads podcast, which talked about walkability, bikeability, and pedestrian traffic safety along Shore Drive. So she did a fantastic job, and she probably has a career in broadcasting because, I mean, at even just a young age, she's got that radio voice. So she did a really good job, and we were both pleased to have her there sharing her work with us.
Okay, great. Amelia, do you have something else?
Yes. This group, and I'll pass the picture around, the Tidewater Physicians Multi-Specialty Group. They're ribbon cutting on July 24th, and they're a great fan of Councilman Schulman, but they're in my district, District 4.
So she's gonna blame them.
Right, so I attended, and it was interesting because they do a family-led physician practice. And one of the other things to do is that now they have a hub, and it's right across from Princess Anne. So that's good that we have something like that. We have the Centeras, we have EBMS, but this is a group of over 220 physicians that now have a hub here. I wanted to share that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Michael,
Well, I don't have a liaison report. I have council comments.
let's go to council comments.
Thank you. I just wanted to provide an update that we're hosting a District 3 community meeting on September 14th. I think that's a Thursday. Sorry. Yeah, Thursday, September 14th, from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. at the Philippine Cultural Center of Virginia. That'll be a District 3 community meeting. I also wanted to provide an update to the council that in working with the Convention and Visitors Bureau, as well as Hampton Roads Pride, we've identified a plan to support the Pride of the Beach event in a more substantial way than we have before. I've spoken to many of you about that. Many of you have agreed to be co-sponsors. I would invite anyone who's interested or would like to be a co-sponsor to reach out to me, or I'll reach out to you to have discussions about that, hoping to bring that forward for the next meeting to authorize the funding so that all parties involved can begin the planning process. It's an exciting opportunity, as we've discussed previously, to provide greater access to all the amenities that we have at the resort for diverse constituencies, to ensure that Virginia Beach is a place where everyone is welcome and everyone is respected, and that we're able to position ourselves as an inclusive community for residents and visitors. So I'm looking forward to sharing more about that with you as it develops, and appreciate your consideration of the funding allocation so that those community partners will have access to the resources they need to do that work. The other thing I want to talk about briefly, and I'm looking forward to the chance to circle back with planning staff and the city manager about this. I'm receiving a lot of feedback from citizens who live in District 3 about illegal STRs operating. And I don't know if anyone else is having that issue, but one of the things that's come through the discussions, and I've got to get smart on it, but I wanted just to raise this for the body, is that there's a legal process that has to occur to achieve enforcement. And during that legal process, they're allowed to continue to operate. And then furthermore, when the matter is adjudicated, the penalty may be as low as $500 or less, which really doesn't provide much of a deterrent for people who have little or no disregard for the city code or the law or their neighbors. Council made a strategic choice about STRs previously, and I don't want to necessarily open that entire can of worms because I realize how complex it is and how many competing interests exist there. But I do think we need to talk about that because there are certain areas of the city that were determined by this body to not be compatible with STR use. and yet it may not be, and this is what I'm getting, not just from one, not just from two, but from multiple neighbors and interested citizens, that our policies don't provide enough of a deterrent impact for people to not operate STR. So I think we need to look at that, and I wonder if maybe, Mr. Manager, you could have some folks look into that to determine if it would be appropriate to consider making any amendments or what the volume of this impact actually is.
Yeah, Patrick?
And Mr. Mayor, I'll be real quick. This was something that we brought the council's attention previously, and council authorized us to include in the legislative package, and we weren't able to get some of the changes that we requested of the General Assembly to help us to have greater enforcement. We can bring that back to the fruition so council can reconsider it, and we can also look into the specific issue as well, sir.
Okay, so could I just, Mayor, ask a quick follow-up? So the penalties, those are not decided by the city, those are prescribed by state law?
From my understanding, I think so.
Well, there's a limit on what the penalty can be, and I think we are max.
Okay, so that's,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay, Rosemary and then Amelia.
I wanted to bring up the old library building that's on 21st Street near the ocean front. We got a letter probably about 2 months ago from the Historic Preservation Commission about repurposing that building. It's just sort of sitting there, and there's not that many historic buildings that we own, and this is one of them. And I did mention to Worth that I was bringing this up. If we could, I don't know if we need to do an RFI or something, and I'm not adverse to moving the building, because I know that there's a lot of people who would like that parcel of land. But I don't really want to tear it down, because it's one of our historic treasures that, we don't have that many, and I don't want that to be a casualty in this. So can we, and I say the Historic Preservation has asked us to do this. So can we start looking into doing something about that building?
In terms of like putting it out for RFI, or in terms of stabilization, or?
Well, to either move it or to repurpose it with an RFI.
Okay. I'll work to put together a briefing, and then council could brief council. We can discuss the issue, and council give us direction from there.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Worth, oh, wait a minute, Amelia, and then Worth and Barbara, and then Chris,
Okay,
and Sabrina. There you go, sorry.
okay, council members, I hope you indulge me for a minute, because this has come to my attention from a public standpoint, and so I'm addressing it in that same manner. As you remember, several weeks ago, where we talked about the whole Juneteenth, the unity in the community, the costs and so forth, I was addressed by one council member asking if I can send some information, at which point I wrote back to say I will review everything and then bring this to council, because that's who I address to. I do not report to him. He knows who he is. So I brought a package of everything to show you, when you put together grants or anything like that, there's a process. And I've been doing it since the beginning 80s and getting awards for it. So when we did this, I will read you the very first.
Sorry. Concert started early.
Your tennis court is ready.
Right. As you can see, we started this project because in 21, where we had, with the whole impact of not only the pandemic, we had Black Lives Matter and so forth, and across the city where there was some divisiveness, a group of us worked together to try to bring some form of unity that would be reflective. And I'll read you this first letter, but then pass everything around. Dear Mayor Dyer, and at that point, I was not on council, and nor was this person. On behalf of the Virginia African American Culture Center Board of Directors, I'd like to thank you for funding and giving us opportunity to display original art murals on the boardwalk. True to our theme of unity in the community, we partner with the Vibes Creative District and MOCA resulting in 74 art submissions from across Virginia and North Carolina. The Public Art Committee, a subset of the VB Arts and Humanities Commission, evaluated the artwork, and they helped by choosing 30 to be painted out of 61 applicants between 15th and 31st. The resort management staff was most helpful in coordinating the best sites, and we went on through. Yes, this is a picture worth 1,000 words, and with your blessings, we also were asked through Councilmember Michael Bellucci to look at what we were doing and put it in coordination with the Juneteenth Team Lamb, who I did not know personally, but they asked me at that point to help shepherd for a smooth delivery, which we did. And they put both monies together, the $15,000 for them, the $69,000 for this because of the amount, the construction, and what went into it. And we have listed exactly how much that $69,000 cost. The construction, as you know, wooden frames to support for 90 days up there was expensive. It was $13,000. We met with the construction people, Taylor. I have all of those down here put in. I heard that our council member went ahead to ask for more information, which staff did present, but yet I got another for additional information. I'm not new to this process, and I do not report to him. So I brought everything here for you all to see. I got a copy of all of those, including all of our receipts, to show not only do we do impact, but we do have receipts of everything that went through. And this is where the accountability and transparency come in. And so I will answer the questions, not to him, but to the council. Questions that he put besides this. Are the 15 murals currently exhibited in the city? No, not all 15 murals were still on display because it was only a 90-day temporary art project. We have some of them around, like 2 banners over at SeaTac. We have some over at other places. We put some across, and these are viewed a minimum of 100 times a day by drive-by traffic, and there's some near the Ambassador Hotel. Also, that's just a conservative estimate of approximately 250,000 times between July 5th and September that was shown. What was the event attendance? Based on our conservative pedestrian estimate of 1,500 people per day, the project can report to having 135,000 boardwalk attendings. And knowing this was visible from both the boardwalk and the sand, it is most realistically double that figure. And we had a Q code up. Can you provide council with a copy of an accounting of the disbursement of the funds? Please pass down so they show. I believe in accountability and transparency and will not stand. No, you just passed the whole package. It's a package each I made. Took us time, but we made package for everyone to see that haven't been through lived experience. What needs to happen is people who haven't had these lived experience needs to learn about it and know how to address people in a better manner. And there's one for you, City Manager. Please pass that down. All about production costs, marketing expense, and all of this information was asked. The city council approved budget. We have the mural, exactly what it costs. Each one of those sign master, 16 feet to 12 feet ocean facing banner. Everything we have down $30,000, and the total amount came to $69,450. What we did was we presented a proposed budget, and we lived within our proposed budget. We were not one that asked for 2 cents and then complained that we didn't get 4 cents. You must know about organization skills to be able to handle things like this. And then I believe it's okay to give someone something, but you don't keep coming back. You got to teach them, then they learn to do it for a lifetime. So as you can see, I'm not a very happy camper for this, and I hope this doesn't happen again. As I wrote this council person, I do not report to them. Thank you.
Mayor Dye?
Yes.
Dr. Amelia Ross Hammond's talking about me. In my questions to staff, first, my response that I received from staff was that they did not receive what we're seeing today post the event. Staff can correct me if I'm wrong. And it was in context to us requiring of Team Lamb and others this accountability. So for the public, so it's very clear, the VAACC post the event did not submit these numbers to staff. I think it's also important to note the intent may be being misrepresented. And since speaking with Kate Pittman and others, and we just had a meeting today, Councilmember Wooten, Dr. Amelia Ross Hammond, I'll speak to the mayor. The number that are currently out on the streets, the number you stated is incorrect. There are 8 currently out in the community. The remaining 22 pieces are in storage. And the reason I was asking, and I didn't get an answer or response from you or staff because no one knew where they were, I actually learned of this from Kate Pittman, was because we didn't leverage those pieces this year at Juneteenth because there was no collaboration. As we're working on next year's event, Team Lamb had expended thousands of dollars to bring in art. And I don't think that was fair to them if they would have known that we had 22 pieces of art in storage. And so in our meeting today that we had this morning, we've now discovered where they are. We have identified how to utilize the pieces of art going forward, although it was initially temporary. And so if you took offense to the email, my apologies. But on the record, this accounting, which we said is required, was not submitted to staff post the event. Thank you.
And that was because they did not ask, always had that. And once you ask about this, I made sure to say, I will bring it up for city discussion in the next time. But it was not brought up, so I took it back home. So the best thing next time is to say, call me up, I'm not that far. I'm a phone call away, a cell. I did not, but do not get into public situations to say, well, she did not bring this, and it got back to me.
I didn't say that.
So this is why.
But Mayor Dyer, I will conclude my remarks. The resolution that parties signed when they received the funds said that they would submit numbers post the event like we require. So although they may not have asked, it was clear that it was required in order to receive funds. So with that, I will yield my time back to the mayor.
And I'll tell you what, we'll have, the ability to talk about this a little more retreat about making for effective communications going forward. Okay, Worth and then Barbara.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 2 comments. First, I want to add on to what Council or Vice Mayor Wilson talked about with the former library on 22nd Street at Pacific Avenue. First of all, I ride by there quite often, and the area around that building is not very attractive right now. It's 2 outbuildings that are just not in good use right now. I don't know if the property is being used at all, so something needs to happen there. But I do also am aware of a potential development on that site that I think would be beneficial to our city and to that site, as well as potentially giving us 2 right-of-way lanes to access or exit the resort and go go west. So if it comes to the fact that the building needs to be relocated, I think we need to consider that because the building may not be able to be worked into the development that's contemplated, and that we have to see what that's going to look like. I don't know how far down the road it is, but it's a very important site. It's the entrance and the exit to our city.
Thank you.
And then second of all, I've got my second town hall meeting this Thursday, 6 o'clock. Doors open. The meeting starts at 6:30 at VB Middle School or at District 6 or anyone else around the city that would like to attend.
Okay, thank you. Barbara, then Chris.
I mentioned this somewhat earlier when I was talking about the Southeastern Expressway, but I'd just kind of like to elaborate a little bit more on what I think is a concern. When we acquired those portions of the right-of-way, I'm not sure what we acquired because it was just here and there. And I really think it's important that we go back now and see what we do have and how it might be used. It was July of 2021 when we passed this ordinance that terminated the memorandum of understanding we had with the city of Chesapeake for this project because, they had indicated they were not interested in going forward. And so we just passed this resolution, and it did say, whereas any future corridor considerations for the project would be internal to the city of Virginia Beach and thus not governed by the MOU. But I think we just generally said, well, we'll just keep what we've got. We might need it for a connector road here or there or something else, and that's obviously what's coming up. But I think we do need to look at it because and just see what Virginia Power is going to be using, what's going to be left, where we have these things. And I think it'd be far better if we kind of look at this now than we wait for another project like this one that's come up and have a neighborhood get all upset and so forth. So I think if we can look at those parcels that we've got, I think there is maybe even a planning item that's out there now that is the property is impacted because of a portion of the Southeastern Expressway property that we own. So it's going to come up over and over again. I think we really need to just kind of look at it and see if we can come to some resolution.
Good idea.
Okay, good. Chris?
Thank you, Mayor Dyer.
And then Sabrina.
Last week I had an opportunity to meet with Chief Newdigant in regard to kind of the fentanyl issue in our community. And I just wanted to share with council that he's open to more conversations. In District 8, we are really dealing with this. And, families, wives, husbands, spouses, people are losing their lives. And so I asked some specific questions about, if there have been any city employee deaths. And then I know Governor Youngkin and the state is trying to tackle this, but, outside of the Narcan, what kind of strategies are we using? And it was a very helpful meeting for me to understand how to talk to the citizens that are dealing with this. And so I would encourage you, I haven't got a post report yet, but this was something that we're seeing a lot of. It's not necessarily on the front page of the paper and we don't talk about it a lot, but this community is dealing with the users and then also the dealers. And I think it was just an important conversation. So if you have any interest, you can reach out directly to Chief Newdigant. Thank you.
Thank you. Sabrina?
Thank you. I just want to say thank you to the staff for helping me put together a community meeting last Wednesday with very short notice. I appreciate your assistance. But I wanted to get the meeting set up to kind of get some feedback and provide information regarding the electoral system prior to the meeting and the hearing for today. So thank you very much for your assistance with that. Also, I wanted to just really acknowledge Mrs. Mabinti Scott, who has been assisting me for at least 2 years. She is an aspiring law student, and actually she came to me by referral of Governor Bob McDonnell. He referred her to me and told me about her expertise. She also has a master's in government, but I wanted to recognize her for her hard work because when she started out, she was just kind of trying to see how to be of assistance. Just volunteering, didn't receive a dime. but I heard such great feedback from folks who interacted with her, just really good things about her. And then certainly she started assisting me and as my assistant. And today I'm so blessed to be able to have her as my legislative aide. She's very committed, very hardworking, and does a very excellent job. So just want to congratulate you for serving with me for the last 2 years. You've been very hardworking, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, Josh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be quick. And I think I know we all feel the same way, but National Night Out was awesome. And it is probably one of the coolest things we do as a community. It brings people together, neighbors together, connects them with public safety. And it's just it's just a real good feeling out there. And so I just wanted to say thank you to the public safety professionals, the civic league leaders, and to our and to all of you who I know showed up at your own respective events. I also want to say that we've got 2 upcoming listening sessions, community listening sessions for District 9. Wanted to get people's just feedback going into the retreat. The first one is on Saturday, August 12th at Bayside Area Library from 3 to 4:30. And then the second opportunity is Saturday, August 19th from 5:30 to 7 at Bayside Rec Center. They're going to be both the same meeting, so you can, if people can come to either one or the other. And I'm sorry they're on Saturdays, but just the weekdays just didn't work out. So, and lastly, congratulations to Haygood Skating Center. They celebrated their 50th anniversary over this past weekend, and I saw most of you there. And I saw most of you on roller skates.
Not me.
My daughter was really, really disappointed. She wanted to see you on roller skates, Mr. Mayor, but I found out.
I would be face down on that parquet.
Yeah, well, I found out after 35 years, I could still kind of scoot around in circles, so I was happy about that. But I just want to thank you, everybody who showed up to that, and it was great. And 50 years is a big deal, so congrats to Brandon Stokes, AKA Shaggy, and here's to 50 more years.
Yeah, he was here earlier.
I saw him.
And I'll just close out real quick. As you know, I was in Germany a couple weeks ago on a mission trip, and it was very successful. I was with 4 other mayors from the 757. Chuck Rigney was with us, and we had 3 presidents of junior colleges with us. And the whole idea was to look at apprenticeship programs, to maybe take those youth who are not designated to go to college, but get them into a trade at 16 and give them a more positive path. So who knows, when they graduate high school, they maybe start making $75,000 a year or more. And we saw Steel, we saw IMS Gear, who are 2 prominent companies right here. It was a very successful trip. Okay, how about time for the agenda?
So, other than number 3 under ordinances, does anybody have any issues with the other items? And I don't think we have any speakers, no speakers for any of these.
Are we okay with the consent?
Well,
Yeah,
except for number 3.
number 3.
So I have a problem with number 3. I think that we need more information on number 3. There's been a lot of folks that are, it's a lot of money. It's $1.1 million plus. And I would like to see who all is owed and what types of money they're owed. So if I could, I'd like to get a deferral on that.
I support that.
Who else supports it?
I support that. And also,
1,
I think
2,
the public needs more information as well.
Okay.
4, 5.
I'll support deferral.
So that'll be for deferral. And I did want to let you know, I emailed Nancy Hellman, and I think it's really important for the public to know that we're trying to help these groups. They are owed money that this operator did not, he collected the tickets, but he didn't give them the proceeds. And we're trying to make them whole. So we're trying to do a really good thing. And these are small, I mean, I don't know how small they are, but they, most likely they're fairly small sporting groups. And there you go. The Hoop Group Southern Jam Fest, they sold 1,457 tickets, and they're owed almost $60,000. The teammate basketball sold 3530 tickets, and they're owed over $117,000. The Hoopson Grassroots Finale sold 2317 tickets, and they're owed $91,865. So these are groups that came to our facilities in good faith and used our facilities, sold the tickets, and they have not gotten their money. So part of what this vote was tonight was to make sure that these people, and I'm sure it's a lot of young people and a lot of young groups, and they all work really hard, that they get the money that they should get.
Okay, Barbara?
In the analysis, and I'm not sure what I was reading, whether it was the audit or whatever, but there was also a mention that some of the groups were not happy with maybe the way they were treated and their service. So it wasn't just a part of the funding, but it was the way it was operating was getting complaints as well. So when we're looking at the funding aspect of this, we need to also look at the operation aspect of it and how these groups are treated.
Yes.
So Rocky, did you have a date that you wanted to defer it to?
What's 30 days? Where does that put us?
That puts us probably into September right now, because we got council break and retreat coming up.
September 5 is a Tuesday.
September 19th.
September 5th or the 19th? 5th or the 19th?
Hey, Chris, you have something?
Just as it relates to I'm fine with deferring it. I was going to save my comments for the dais, but we had an audit in February, and I think it's important because now we're in August and all these people haven't been paid, and I hadn't seen that, Vice Mayor. So I would love to see that information.
Share it with the whole council.
Yes, ma'am. But we've learned in February, and again, you can't do anything looking back, so as we go forward, but we learned in February that this organization had been, I'll just use the auditor's words, deficient in submitting quarterly financial statements. And as I got to the office this morning and went back and reviewed that audit, here we are 5-6 months later, they hadn't turned in a financial report in 7 quarters. So it's, at this point, it's easy to, say everything they haven't done. And it's not right what they've done if they've done that. But I would love to get to the place as we're discussing accountability, responsibility, that, waiting 8 months or 9 months, knowing an organization isn't turning in financial statements, if that's not a red flag, I don't know what is. So I think we could have probably mitigated this. Because in the business world, if you have a loan and you don't turn in your documents or you don't follow the procedure, you probably will get that loan called back. So I'm not saying I support ESM, but when you don't turn in financial statements for almost 2 years, this is where you end up.
Okay, Rosemary?
So could we split this money up, and the people who are waiting for their money, I hate for them to have to wait another 6 weeks. Could we approve the money that needs to be paid tonight and hold back the other until the 19th?
Vice Mayor, I asked that question, and because of Virginia Procurement Act and a whole host of other issues, there is no mechanism for the city to directly pay those event promoters. And I do want to clarify that staff has been reaching out to them a significant amount of times in the past 2 years for them to submit their reports. But based on how the contract was structured, there was no mechanism to claw anything back to compel them to do that. So it's not something that staff was not trying to not get that information. It's just that we weren't getting that information from the operator.
The blame's not on this side of the ledger, but can we approve that amount of money to send to them to disperse, because it's supposed to be put into a fund anyway, for them to get it directly and get it from them?
You're asking if council could approve the amount of money owed to the event promoters to send it directly over to ECM for ECM to pay.
Okay.
Council probably could, but
Michael.
And I very much appreciate and respect what Vice Mayor Wilson is suggesting, because I think, and not knowing every element of this or all of the different internal machinations of the operating agreement or actually was happening in the sports center, I think I'll withhold judgment about the entire thing. But what I think what Vice Mayor is trying to get at is there are organizations, grassroots, community service organizations that have not received the money that they are entitled to and are expecting, and that they, I'm sure, rely on to operate and continue their community service and athletics programs. Having said that, though, I think another theme that emerged here, and it has been said, but I just want to make sure that it's known that I agree with it, and maybe say it a different way. We received a closed session briefing, and that's on record. We're not at liberty to talk about the things that we were told during that closed session briefing. As a result, the public does not have any idea what's going on. And that's what you saw through the newspaper article that touched on this issue. And that's one of the reasons that I think we've received, through various different methods, feedback from the community about their uneasiness about this. And I think, Vice Mayor, I can appreciate what you're doing by suggesting that. And I'm sure there's an emergent need within those organizations. But I think even that would potentially contribute to the misunderstanding and uneasiness in the community about this situation. I think we need to find a way to be transparent, to let people know to the greatest extent possible what happened, where we are, and why. And once the public has a chance, and so maybe we could have a briefing about it in public. But once the public has the opportunity to understand what we understand, I think they'll have a greater sense of why we find ourselves in this position, although none of us would like to be. We have to figure out a way to make these organizations whole. And then there's another issue about operating the sports center, and that's something I don't have great expertise in, but I think the public needs to know more than they know now for us to make this decision, and I feel pretty strongly about
Rosemary
that.
and Josh,
So
and let's try to bring
perhaps-
some closure.
You know, perhaps what we could do is have a briefing next week and have on the agenda for next week, these groups being paid, and then decide about the remainder of the funds after.
And I think that way we would get it, the discussion. Mark, I'm reading your body language.
Well, I don't know enough about it yet to know whether that's achievable or not, but we will certainly investigate it between now and next week.
Okay, Josh?
I would perhaps just ask that instead of the second meeting in September, that we tried, instead kicking it to the 19th, having this, the 5th would be a lot better. Let's get this done quicker.
And listen, and I'm not opposed to that. I just think that, this is the largest multi-purpose indoor sports venue on the East Coast, or one of the largest ones. We just need to hit Control-Alt-Delete and get a handle on this and get the facts out there. This is something that, and I'm not worried about the date. If we want to do the 5th, that's fine. But I do think the public needs to hear what's going on with this.
Okay, and if I could just make a thing, does everybody concur with the 5th? Okay, and that, having some discussion on it.
There'll be a briefing.
Yeah, and we can have a briefing.
I'm hearing a briefing next week, similar to what we briefed council in closed session, but minus the legal advice.
Are you doing the deferral by consent?
Deferral by consent? Yeah. If I could just make a couple quick comments. Number one, I think it's, one of the things is that a lot of times I think the groups get asked to discount, certain events and things like that really kind of weigh in. But the other thing is, when Worth and I were at the Hotel Association, and they pointed out that, even though the sports center may be losing money there, that there is a significant tangible difference in room rates and other things for restaurants and other things. So these are all things that I think should be factored way in. Was I correct in that assumption?
Yes, there's no question the intent of the sports center is there. The value of the sports center is there. I think we just have a question here around the table with the management and the contract in place.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. Okay, at this point, the chair will entertain a motion to recess into a closed session pursuant to the exemptions from open meetings allowed by section 2.23711A, Code of Virginia, as amended for the following purposes. publicly held property, discussion or acquisition of real property for public purpose, or of disposition publicly held property where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiation strategy of the public body pursuant to section 2.2, 3711A3, District 3, District 2, District 3. Public contract, discussion or award of the public contract involving the expenditure of public funds and discussion of the terms and scope of such contract, where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiation strategy of the public body pursuant to section 2.2, 3711A 29, Project Football and Personnel Matters, discussion, considerations, or interviews of prospective candidates for employment, assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salaries, disciplining, or resignation of specific public officers, appointees, or employees of any body, basically council boards, commissions, authorities, agencies, and appointees. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Councilmember Berluci.
Aye.
Councilmember Henley.
Aye.
Councilmember Holcomb.
Aye.
Councilmember Remick.
Aye.
Councilmember Ross Hammond.
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse.
Aye.
Councilmember Shulman.
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor.
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wilson.
Aye.
Mayor Dyer.
Aye. Okay, we are recessed into